All right, what is up, everybody? We are back with some more Etheria Restart. Hope you guys' day's been going well, man, because I know mine has. But either way, we are streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. I would appreciate it if it is your first time here, or if you've been here before. Make sure you guys like the stream. I would appreciate it. We'll get some more people coming into the stream. But yeah, what are we doing today? Just pushing more content. I gotta finish my presets too. We got Hell 4 done for Inferno, or for Terra Matan. I might try to see what I can do with Inferno. We'll see. I don't think my gear is ready for that yet, but we'll see. But either way, man, let's see what's going on with the chat. Yo, what's good, God King? How you doing, bro? What's good, G? How you doing, bro? What's up, Unknown? Shark Fang, what's up? Slasher. Namira, what's good, fam? What's good, Irene? Yo, Hetty, what's good, bro? Somatic, Lonzo, Tums Vlad. How you doing, fam? Yo, what's good? Gummy says, my first time watching Zox. I'm dead. Yo, what's up, guys? But yeah, how you guys doing, man? Yo, Shion, how you guys doing, man? How's everything going? He said, I'm so stuck, so frustrated that sometimes I think to uninstall because not progressing is hard. Where are you stuck at? Where exactly are you stuck at? Yo, Diedrich, what's up, fam? You said you can farm Hell Terra now? Nice. You say you're at work about to dip. Hey, yeah, enjoy your day. You said I beat Inferno, Terra, Doki, Nico Nana, and Shadow Flame Hoyan yesterday. And, oh, nice. You said Hell Terra 3 Terra. Oh wait, it's a Hell 3 Terra and Doki Hell 1. Okay, so I mean, so what it sounds like is how's your gear looking? Okay, let me talk to you guys about what my account's been flushing out and doing, right? Because it happens, right? Like there's some people that got like monsters like stats on certain things right now. I don't even understand, other than the fact it's just like straight RNG, because like there's certain things that like you really honestly can't get that high unless you roll it. And so that's why I've been trying to make some videos talking about like the investment pain points, because to be real with you, if you're looking at a lot of clears and like what gear at least is like starting to propel people into the next thing in their account, it's not mythic gear, right? Like they might have a couple of pieces, but the only character that tends to really be built like that is usually the DPS. Mostly everything else is built with like damn near whatever. And it's really because of investment costs. So even for spenders, investment cost is pretty high. That's like the biggest thing. But even teams not using Dating, if it's any of the DPSs, the Ramoka, if it's if you're looking at somebody using a Messiah, like whoever is doing the damage, the bulk of the damage, they're basically the ones that they're putting a lot of resources into, or at least trying to make sure they have the higher gear quality, because it's just really expensive. And the other thing is too, is like I've been like slowly but surely tweaking my stuff so I'm faster now. So like I finished my build, I finished my PvE build that I'm going to be using on Holden, which I was like just kind of thinking about like the facilitating of like how the game is formatted, what somebody's going to be able to do from the ground up. And I have a whole video I actually did that'll be going up later that talks about this. But like just talking about like how we can kind of facilitate what we can do in the game versus like not. To be real, like you could build Holden Bramble and go defense on him or like unbreakable, but I don't think that that's going to make sense for PvE. It just isn't, because the whole point of using him in PvE, if you are going to use him, is to have him rotate faster. Unless again, you just have really fast Bramble unbreakable gear. You're going to need him to be a lot quicker. So that's the main thing. So he's really there. He opens with his skill 3, which is that Dispel. And that is going to carry you into Inferno 4, all the way into, into Hell 4, all the way into Inferno. So it's like stuff like that. Like, and I think even with him, believe it or not, he is my fastest character. I only have like a plus 108. I'm seeing people with like 132s, and I seen one dude with a plus 154. I said, yo, where like where are y'all getting this extra speed from? Like, none of my pieces are rolling like that. But the other thing is too, is like for certain characters, they're not going as crazy on some of the pieces. In terms of them being the higher qualities, they're just trying to make sure they have what's it called, multiple multiple substat slots already filled, so that they can roll more potential rolls into a stat. So that's what's going to really matter at the end of the day, especially if you're trying to you're trying to like speed tune. That's where that's really going to come from. Yeah, my pieces right now, like I have a plus 8 here, plus 10 on that piece, plus 5. This has no speed on it at all, but he's on a crit rate, effect accuracy. If I actually had investment in his skill 2, or no, sorry, his skill 3, I would actually run more crit on him, because I would have double chance on the 50% chance, which actually would put me at the point of being able to hit the 90% threshold basically. So yeah, but before then, which I don't have, it's just better to run more effect accuracy on him. He said, I got a little mad trying to speed tune a couple of days ago, and I accidentally did a 10 pull from tapping my phone. It ended up you ended up getting Shadow Sadia. Safe to say the mood was turned upside down. Yeah, hey, listen, that makes sense. You said not defense bonus, so you're just using him as a turn meter. Okay, well, because what damage is he doing? He can't fully do damage in PvE. Not like you want him to. He's not gonna out DPS the Ting. He's not gonna. I would even argue he's not gonna out DPS Leon, right? So that's like kind of the thing. His damage really shines when he's ran slow and you're able to build bulk into him. The problem is in PvE you are not running him slow. Like you just aren't. Yeah, he's not out DPS. No. The single target hit is nice, but the problem is that because you're not able to have both damage, like a ton of damage from his defense scout, and then also the same amount of speed, the multiplier doesn't get utilized as much as you should in PvE. So the only thing you're really getting from that skill 2, which is still busted, is that pushback. That pushback literally enables like most stuff. So he works fine without having to build a ton of defense in him, but he's still tanky. So he's not gonna get one shot by stuff. So even when I do like my Inferno clears, if the run fails, or sorry, my Hell clears, if the run fails, he's still like the last person alive. Like, that's the thing. Yeah, for PvE, he's fast. And technically, his PvE build can be used in PvP. Because the other problem that players are gonna run into, and this is something that like I've been saying from the very beginning, is that in the earlier stages of the game, you're not going to have the capacity to build multiple builds for characters. It's just not going to necessarily be the case until you get to that point where you can do that. And that's like almost every game though. Usually in most games, you kind of are like you're sharing gear, or that unit has one build for a little bit. And then as you play longer, you start to be able to develop a build for just PvP. You start being able to only have a build for PvE. Those are things that will kind of like show up with like on time. So that's kind of the thing. You said, isn't he good on Strive? Yeah, he can work on Strive, but that's also with the intent of him getting hit. I'm gonna be honest, the higher up you go, it's not that you're not trying to get hit. It's just it just makes more sense to do things like just be faster and cut. Like, so like using Gigabyte and cutting with that, it just makes more sense. So like even for like the last stream, we were trying to do Hell 4, and people were telling me like, slow him down, it'll make it better. Slowing him down did not help at all. Speeding him up is actually what made it better, because if you're gonna have him without having his skill 3 invested, you got to make up for the fact that you don't have that cooldown turn. So if you can't run him with a character that's cooling him down, or you can't, or you're not going to skill him up, you need to run him faster. So that's why I said, like, with this game, it kind of all depends on like where you're at in the game. I feel like he has really good linear progression though. Like, so he's really good, right? Yeah, I feel like, yeah, Strive isn't gonna give him too much value in the PvE because you're not trying to get hit. Like that's definitely going to be more of a PvP play, if anything. Because yeah, you're not trying to get hit. Like not as much. You're going to, but you're not trying to bank on turn meter push from being hit. I'd rather take the turn meter push, build into my speed, so I just naturally rotate faster. And then when Gigabyte activates, I get that 35% push, right? You said, what skill did you level up first? His skill 2? Yeah, his skill 2 is busted. Everybody, like, again, if you're not using him in PvP, there's zero reason to go skill 1. Because skill 1, all it's doing is increasing basically his chance of being able to counterattack. So there's really no reason to do that when you're not trying to get hit in the first place. It's like the speed is literally like that build on him. It feels really nice. It feels really nice on him. Just because, again, the other problem you run into is the higher up you go, you have to solve the problem that a lot of people have first before you can start thinking about like, oh, I'm gonna do this specific thing in PvP, especially free to play, right? Because the problem most players are having is they don't have a stripper. This is my build right now on them. Yeah, most people don't have a stripper, so they need someone that actually is opening for them to strip those buffs. You can't do Inferno if you can't strip the immunity off of anything, right? So the thing is like that, like plus on top of that, he also gets to hit a bit. So when he does get hit, he still is counterattacking. He still is proccing defense break. He's like, so you're gonna get hit. You're gonna be able to see the counterattacks pop off. Like it's gonna happen. But really where he gets to shine damage wise is in PvP. That's where he gets to really shine. He doesn't really get to shine as a damage dealer in PvE. I don't feel like not yet, not until people have more solidified builds. That's where you'll really be able to like do things like when you start having the capacity to have characters like him skilled up, you'll be able to do a lot of different things that you can't really do when you just get characters out the box, right? So even for most spenders, they don't have all their characters maxed out. So it's just kind of like, again, most people, including spenders, are going to be looking at their characters a certain way or even building them a certain way because of what they have. On this side is effect accuracy, crit, and effect accuracy. That's what I have on him right now. Because really trying to scale more defense for him to do more damage doesn't make sense because that's not really what he's there for at that point. He is still going to be able to take damage. You can still run things like Artisan on him depending on your setup, but Gigabyte just works a lot better on him for right now because I need him to cut. You said every time I come to stream, Zox, I hear about strippers. Yeah, hey, listen, you know, we got to keep them out of retirement. Yeah, so yes, I'm gonna build Poison because everyone doing the team tired of seeing him. Bro, I mean, the thing is though, the higher up you go, Poison's kind of better. You said, is that a fast Hoden? It is a faster Hoden. It's not the fastest Hoden. You want to see the fastest Hoden I've seen so far? This Hoden right here. This Hoden is a plus 154. It's almost a 300 speed Hoden, bro. I like, what the heck? I like, all right, brother, you got it. You got it. Like, I just don't have those speeds on anything. Like nothing. I don't have that speed. You said, wait, you run him fast? If you're trying to do PvE stuff with him, yeah. I wouldn't run him slow. He's gonna get beat. Like, he's gonna get beat. You said go down? Wait, are you on here? Where you at? I see you. Okay. Where you running? Fast with an Artisan. And see, you got your Ether Plague going. That's cool, man. Yeah, look at you. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's what I mean, man. And you said time to scrap the whole build. Well, no, I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do with him, though. If you're trying to go more of the PvP route, which again, technically his speed build can still work in PvP too. So, yeah, that's kind of the thing. But hold on, let me show you guys. I haven't actually tested this out to see how many consecutive runs I can get, but I know it wins it because obviously I'm here, right? Hold on real quick. Yeah, that Hell 4 team, you know? That's what I'm saying. The boy be doing stuff. But let's see here. And I actually think I tweaked it. There was like some tweaks you have to do too. I think I tweaked it properly. So I think he should be hitting my Valerian at certain points in the fight, but we'll see. Let me, do I need to, no, I just need to make sure it's on main body. All right. And my gear is really not like all that great either. Yeah, it does hit her more often now. I did, okay. I was like wondering, I was like, did I tweak that? All right. You said, would you say run him instead of Chloros or no? I mean, it depends on your setup, but to be real with you, whatchamacallit, Chloros is going to be really good for damage as long as you're multi-hitting. So, I mean, that it really all kind of depends on your comp. A lot of units really, it really depends on the comp. Yeah, that skill 2 is just like, it's really good. He said, how would you make her target? So there's a like neat thing. I'm not talking about Terramatan specifically, but the targeting is based off of the HP threshold that your team has. So I just tweaked my HPs so that it basically would target her more often. It's not complicated. It's not a complex thing. But because she's like usually very tanky, I kind of was like, well, it makes more sense for it to force target her than everybody else. And if it hits anyone else, they just straight up get deleted. They straight up get deleted. Having a defense break with that actually is kind of nice. Yeah, look at that. Hit that invincibility, brother. We like that. Oh, wait, you said you don't want that buff? Thank you. All right. Klaus gives me the defense up, or the shield. We eat that. And then, yeah, that's basically GG. Get cut. I think, yeah, that's GG. So. You said, what was it? It says same as yours, just with Chloris instead of holding. Oh, it's this. So you're running the same team, except you're running. Okay, so you're running Chloros instead of holding. I will say, for me personally, for what I'm running and what I'm doing, he just helps with with the combination of him and like Freya specifically. He's making it feel a lot safer. And really, for what it's worth, he does make it a lot safer because I have it set up to where he can rotate into a second skill 3. So he's able to strip, which allows me to be able to like just kind of like at that point finish the fight off. And this isn't like my team's one-shotting. He's still having to go through multiple waves. He doesn't have any assists. So it's still working for what it's worth. You said, can I replace Valerian for Sania? I think the only actual like somewhat viable replacement for her would really be Veronica, to be honest, because Valerian has it. I feel like your team speeds would have to be much higher if you're going to try to replace Valerian, because the problem is that Valerian's making up for the fact that you aren't faster. And the other thing that she's doing too is she's death preventing characters, so she's making sure that Terramatan doesn't ramp himself and kill you. That's like literally what her whole gimmick is. Yo, what's good, Halsey? How you doing, fam? That's like the biggest thing. So she's bringing that extra level of utility so that you can basically make sure that no one dies. Like she's basically facilitating that the entire time so you don't get ramped and rotated. Because even with the cutting, once Terramatan starts going, ain't nothing you can do about that. Yeah, nothing you can do about that. All right, so these are okay. We're gonna give me some attack pieces. But yeah, so like now I'm shifting into that. But again, with my team and the gear, I was really looking at that more than anything. It's the tweaking. So I try to live by what I preach for the most part. And even with me like getting those packs, I got some pieces that like got me these triple. Man, I'm not one-shotting anything. Like I'm not one-shotting anything right now. So it's like literally not even like, even if you had these on doubles, it's like, bro, you can still hit these gear stat lines on outstanding pieces. Like it's like, it's really honestly minute differences other than the matrix bonus that you're getting. But outside of that, you can still hit those stat lines. You said my Dating? Oh yeah, my Dating, yeah. So I got him on attack, crit, and crit damage right now. You could go crit rate. You can go crit damage. It don't matter, to be honest. And the higher up I go, like, he's not gonna be one-shotting that. But yeah, he's I would say that's where Shadow Sania kind of comes in play, you know? But yeah, that's where we're at though. You said Lattice Witcher holding skills. I personally would say that I just think that universally he gets the most usage out of the skill too. That pushback works anywhere where anything can be pushed back, especially on like a lot of the bosses. Like, I just got to, I didn't do any of the Infernos yet, but I was doing like I did Rengoku. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, Rengoku is a joke. I'm not even kidding you. Like, I don't know what it is and why all the other bosses are so much harder than Rengoku prior to, but Rengoku's really a joke. Like, it's not even funny. Like, and I mean, like seriously, I have zero idea. Like, maybe Inferno might like slap me up a little bit, but everything else, it ain't. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, not on Inferno, but everything else, it ain't feel like it's that crazy. I'm using basically the same thing. So, like, yeah, yo, Inferno on Nico Nada, bro. I went into Inferno and Nico Nada and I got one tap. Before the fight even started. I was like, oh. I was like, okay. Like, what is this, yo? Like, hold on, I'm gonna show you guys Nico Nada, bro. That joint had me dying. Yo, you walk in there, she's like, oh, you thought you was about to do something? Straight up pimp smack your whole HP bar. I was like, oh, okay. And then it's like, she kills one person, and then she just AoE claps the rest of the team. I'm like, yeah, you need speed at that point. All right, what are we running here? Okay, yeah, so, yeah, you'll see how fast this is. We didn't even get the res down there. Not that we need it, but. Like, he's already half health, brother. You see what you got? What I mean, and my boy Holden be doing his thing. Look at that. He said, "Wait, what? My turn?" He's silenced, so he can't use his skill too. We love that. You said got Holden, Bill. He's nasty. Yeah, Holden's fun. I will say he's a fun character too. Goodbye. You say his dancing lizards got you rolling. Yo, Rengoku's a cool looking boss though. I really do hope he becomes playable. He said, is that RD on class? Yes, actually. Yeah, because the thing is that I don't have another gigabyte built. And for my team, I still like to have that extra sustain from the shield. And that just makes the run more secure, really. You just having somebody with that on. When I was actually messing around with the team comp and was trying to see who it made more sense to have on Gigabyte, to be real with you, you really only need 2 people on Gigabyte. And so I gave my Freya Gigabyte and I gave Holden Gigabyte. Again, I'm facilitating the fact that, and this is what like you have to do with your team. I'm facilitating the fact that he's not skilled up in his skill 4 his skill 3, and I need his skill 3 to be able to strip. That's like the biggest thing. So I can rotate in my one rotation on my Inferno Terra Matan team. I can rotate his S3 twice. So I can get him to use it again. And that's because I have the cutting coming from that. All Klaus needs to do, and she's going to get her turn because I'm pushing back the boss, and she's still fast, right? Like, she's not slow in comparison to like him. He's a plus 108. She's at 104. So she's not slow. So all she's really there is basically to land that defense break, her unique debuff. Then she has the redistribute for her skill 2, which is AoE. So she does her job naturally, and then she's going to, every time she goes, she's just going to be facilitating amping the damage, the debuff that she has, which is what is the name of this damn thing? Hack in progress. So turning it into hacking, and that's where you start to see like my Deting's damage go up on intervals where he's able to hit into that. So you said no, I don't think Gray's a reset. I don't think Gray's a reset at all. No, I don't think so. Like he definitely can work in. I mean, again though, it depends on what you're doing. If you got stuff going for you and you're doing your stuff just fine, then you can kind of pick whatever makes the most sense to you. But you said, did you reset Holden? No, I didn't. He's exactly the same minus his build from last stream. Skilled. I don't regret maxing out his skill 2 at all. I have zero regrets on that. That skill is so busted. Like it literally makes everything just easier. I mean, like, to be honest. And then the other thing is too, is he literally has whatchamacallit, he has like longevity in the sense that he can rotate, you can rotate him into a different build and he's going to be a bruiser. So it's not like he's just a speedy opener that can't really be used for anything else. Like, no, he's going to evolve, and as you get better stuff, you'll be able to use him too. You said you reset Beolton. I say I don't have to. So I didn't put anything into my Beolton, and Beolton really doesn't need anything because for a lot of the stuff you're trying to do with her, it's like mainly one-shot stuff. But later on, she's going to be nasty when people actually really have her built up for PvP. So I'm considering resetting Ramoka, but everyone tells me not to. What do you think? I mean, to be honest, like, my whole thing is that it depends on what you're trying to do and what you're capable of doing. I would say, like, for me, what I have on my account, I still prefer to go slow and consistent versus trying to burst nuke everything. Burst nuking also is like kind of it also requires a certain level of investment, some tweaking, and then also certain gear requirements. So I feel like for a lot of what I've been trying to do on my account, I've been just trying to normalize my runs so that it's a little bit better, right? You said, did you test Hoyan? No, I haven't had the chance to. Let's say this last, like, well, since I got Holden, I've just been trying to test him out. The problem that we have right now for any testing, it's kind of hard to test things when you can't test them from the earlier progression into their full capacity. Hoyan is going to really need investment for her to really feel nice. The other thing is too, is like you can use her, but there's only but so much lattice that can go around. So it's like I could try to build her, but I mean, she's not really going to be like she's not going to be giving like as much value as I feel like worth showing, really. I feel like for what it's worth, she'll be able to do things, but yeah, I just feel like it's a whole nother character I have to build on top of what I already built, and it's not like you replenish resources that quick, right? Even what you can realistically buy in this game, there's a limit to it. So that's why it's like with Hoyan, I haven't been able to rush her because I gotta level her, I gotta star her up, and then I gotta make a whole separate build for her. So she's not using the same gear as like my Deting, for example. So it's like a whole nother character that you're trying to build up in like a day. And in the first, less than 2 weeks of the game, it sucks. Especially if you already have been building other stuff too. You said, I feel like it's not even max. It's not fair, yeah. So I've been using Ramoka for Doki, but been considering Rahu instead. I mean, a lot of people prefer like safer runs. Like, I mean, I honestly am like kind of more on that spectrum myself. If I can get it to work and it doesn't like become too taxing or there's not a ton of inconsistencies in my runs, then I don't mind doing the faster clears. But if it's inconsistent, I'll just go slower. I'll slow my runs down. You said, says like some farmers sharing hell. I can win like 15 times or 15 in a row and then lose 10 in a row with nothing changed. Is it RNG using the team Freya, Lily, Valerian? Possibly. I mean, I don't know. Like, what's your like Lily? Oh, well, is your Lily skill 1 maxed out? And then it also could also be based off of like if he's marking a certain way. So I'm not 100% sure. But her skill 1 like is kind of necessary if you really want her to be able to, or to be able to have those extra hits come in. Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah, Val saving you as well. That's why I tweaked my HPs on my Terra Matan because it was randomizing it too much. So I made it to where like now even if everybody gets blasted, Valerian should be my target typically. You said, I hope you said I hope you don't have Lily. Wait, me? I have Lily. I just haven't built her. Dude, I have every LD minus Shadow Sania, so there's that. Sorry, S1's max said the team is also almost equal to your Lily speed, so 245. Yeah, the only thing I could think of is definitely the Val. Like if it's random on the rotation of like how much damage you're taking. He said, is your team running crit damage, crit rate? No, he's running crit damage, crit rate in an attack right now. It's a good, let's enjoy the suffering mid-maxing together. Dude, I mean, like right now this is a reset. The reset, I'm definitely gonna use it. There's no reason not to. He said, what team is your Rengokusu? So I haven't been able to figure him out yet. Really is just pushback. It's nuke pushback. That's what I'm running right now. Yeah, what is the team? Let me see. Yeah, my team for him right now on Hell 3 is Dating, Klaus, Freya, and what's his name? Holden. That's what I'm running right now. And my Holden's fast, so. He said, what's the difference between crit rate and crit damage? I mean, crit rate is a percentage used to gauge how often you crit, and crit damage is what what actually scales your damage when you do crit. So that's like the main thing. Like crit has a cap of 100 as well. Like it doesn't go above that, unless like you're looking at, I mean, well, it's not unless, but like there's some characters like Dating, for example, that he has that unique conversion on it, but crit caps at 100. Crit damage, dude, I've seen crit damage at like 4 something. Like it joint gets mad high. So I think people were thinking it was 350. It's not. I've seen some stuff at like 4 or something on crit damage. I'm like, okay. He said, do you think it's worth to use refills and save the stability for the 2x event? Well, okay, here's the thing. Now it is, right? Because they officially confirmed it. And they announced that they're going to be doing it on the, what is it, the 21st or something? What was it? I don't know what the date was. I know whatever date they said they confirmed it for, right? Yeah, saving pots now makes sense because you know it's coming. Before, there was no like, hey, this is actually happening, so it didn't make sense. Otherwise, you were just kind of waiting around. If you did save them, then you just have extra. It is the 21st? Okay. So like right now, I'm at 23 pots myself, personally. But yeah, I mean, if you got more, then A, that's more that you can dump into the 2x. I feel like the 2x for a lot of people best will be used, I would say. I still think it's going to be mainly modules and shells, for sure. Or actually, no, sorry, you don't get the farm shells. It's modules. It'll be modules. GP Outpost is pretty huge too. And then it'll be EXP. EXP, I think, is really nice, though, when you're trying to, especially for the 2x, because it just gives you double the value so that you can level up things faster. But at the point I'm at, where I'm level 51 right now, the next thing that I need to unlock is at level 55. So even if I don't unlock it now, this is the thing that you have to kind of ask yourself. If I unlock that content now, is it benefiting me right now? Probably not. Like if we're being honest, like most players still need to get their gigabytes, their artisans built up. That's in Nico Nana, right? But then there's people that's like, I gotta be clearing Rengoku. It's like, bro, even if you did get a Codex of Magic, you need to farm up more Codex of Magics. It needs to be the right role Codex of Magic for you to really use it. And then on top of that, you're trying to like at that point you're also like putting yourself in that hole, because now you're trying to build up another mythic, and you got to think about where am I really getting value out of that at this point versus some of the other things that are more generally like usable, right? Codex of Magic is good, but yeah, I will say like it's that. So he said, what were you talking about, Val HP and maxing it on Terra? Well, so what I did with my Val, and what Cyan was saying was sometimes it depends on the saving part with, what's it called? With Val's death prevention and how, and like who's being targeted and whose HP's at what level on certain intervals. It sometimes fluctuates. So what I did with her, I just made Val, whatchamacallit, I just made her like I think out of everybody, I just bulked her. I slowed her and I bulked her. But the thing is that she has the lowest defense on the team, so she gets hit harder than everybody else. So that's kind of the thing with like with HP. I have her scaling her shield really high, but her defense isn't as high as anyone else's on the team. So when she gets hit for way more damage. But because she also has the bubble going on in the shield and the all that extra jazz, she's able to take those hits. So whenever I'm rotating into like when my Terramatan run, for example, he stopped targeting, because one thing he was kind of messing me up was he was targeting my Kloss a lot. And if Kloss dies, it would be basically targeting her. And then without like a gigabyte on my Valerian from when she comes out of the bubble, I wasn't able to get that push. That's what I was saying last stream, was I had to run Gigabyte on her before because I needed her when she came out of the bubble to be able to get pushed. And I was like, yeah, nah, that's not gonna work because I need to run Gigabyte on Holden. So I started making some shifts. I took off because you got to remember your team, right? So on Holden, I was like, wait a minute, I don't need to run as much accuracy because he's lowering resistance. So instead of me running the three effect accuracy pieces, let me take one off and put more into her bulk so that she can actually take more hits. And then on top of that, if you got any extra subs or whatever from that defense HP or whatever, that can help too. But yeah, I put another HP piece on her, and so it shifted the targeting from her, because I was like, okay, I'm like, she's gonna get destroyed every time, and if she dies, my Valerian couldn't save her. And then I get rotated by Terramatan in the run. I can have like this much HP left, and the run literally just ends. So I've seen a couple people running Val on defense, but I tried, went back to HP, wasn't really. You said really wasn't bad. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. You have to tweak it according to your comp, right? Because depending on what you have or who you're running, you don't have to run as nearly as much of certain things as other things. So that's what I ended up tweaking, and it ended up making my run more consistent. And I beat it beforehand without me tweaking it, but it was close. I was like, oh yeah, nah, like they're wilding. So yeah, I tweaked it, and she feels much better now. But yeah, that's that. Let me see. I did actually level that. I don't remember doing that. I guess I did do that. I don't remember actually leveling up her hacking in progress, but I guess I did. But yeah. Let's see. You said all I knew is that I needed to bulk my class, but I didn't know how to go about it. Yeah, because it's on the boss's mechanic for I think it's the left arm. It's not Terramatan itself, but it's the left arm. So hold on. And go back in the fight. You said, it seems like if you level up her S3, you might as well go all the way. No. Well, I mean, yeah, you could. I mean, you could if you wanted to. But, I mean, all I'm really getting at that point is the extra skill cooldown. But I'm rotating so much, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's the same thing with, like, my Holden. I'm rotating him into a second turn. So she gets to get her second turn to be able to do her S3 again. So I don't need to right now, to be honest. Like, she works perfectly fine at this point. The skill cooldown is, like, it's a luxury if you can get it or if you have it, but I don't think it's necessarily a must-have. I've been making just fine without like extra skill cooldowns on units. I just have to adjust my speeds accordingly, and they're not actually even that fast. I've been just taking advantage of cutting. That's what I've been telling everybody is like, dude, if your speeds are low, which mine are fairly low compared to a lot of people that are running really, really fast, I'm just cutting stuff. That's it. Like my fastest character is my my Holden right now. Right? He's at a 228. There's people at like damn near 300 speed right now. So it's like, okay, we're talking about facilitating PvE. I can't, complain I don't have, the RNG to get in good speed rolls. I'm just like, well, what can I do to actually make up for that lack of speed? Oh, Gigabyte, because they're rotating fast anyway. They're getting their turns. But if I can get benefit from them taking turns, then that's going to make it easier for me. So, it's like that. It's just kind of just like analyzing what you're up against, basically. So now that I got my Hell team for Terramatan kind of down pack, I'm going to swap into working on my Doki. Because when I say I've been like kind of neglecting my other dungeons, it's not even been funny. He said, it's how the formation lock work in auto. If you're using the formation lock, whoever's dragged to the front is whatever is going to be targeted first. And then there's a tab that you have to press that'll take you to wave 1 or wave 2. You have to make sure you change everything on wave 2 as well. Otherwise, you'll go into second wave and get cooked. But yeah, it's whoever's in the front, right? That's who you target first. So you just drag and drop whatever it is to all the way to the left. That's the front. Whatever is towards the right is what's going to get targeted last. If you're on auto. It says, it seems like you love her. It says, I just find a lot of bosses have mechanics that make them move twice before your DPS can rotate. Yeah, that's why so the counter to that, somebody just asked for my Freya build. This is why I'm running on Freya right now. The counter to that is to make sure that your supports can rotate you more. This is why I was telling a lot of people I did not think Freya was a skip, because she literally facilitates your entire team moving, no matter what. Like if she's alive, your whole team gets to do stuff. So her being able to cut with Gigabyte, not only are you getting, like, say, the effects of her skill from when people are being buffed and when the enemies are being debuffed with the pushbacks, but then she gets to go more often, which when she does stuff, she doubles the effects. So that's kind of the thing. And then with your team rotating more often, you using certain characters that might have buffs or debuffs, your characters actually start to become units that can push turn meter. That's the thing I don't think people realize with her. She's really, really good. But that's the thing. If you have Lily, that's also saying that you have Lily, right? Basing an entire account progression off of just Lily is kind of, right? When there's also attribute specific content that you're going to definitely wish you had a character like Freya when you can't put Lily in the team because disorder isn't a part of that attribute, right? So that's the thing. It's not so much of just the fact that, oh, Lily is going to be the one character you use for everything. There will be content that you'll get to at a certain point that you can't use Lily, right? And so it's like, well, what do? This is why also the same argument for resetting or getting rid of Dinah doesn't make sense, because if you're in an attribute specific thing, why can't what are you going to do if you can't use Claws? Who's your damage amper? Right? If you can use Reason and use Dinah, use her. She's cheaper to invest in. She's still very effective. The main thing you're not getting is the rotation from Class. That's the main thing, and the damage reduction. Those are the two things you're not getting. But other than that, Dinah still can amp your damage really, really well. And yeah, Freya is actually used heavily with Lily. Yeah, that is very true. You said, well, I don't see anyone resetting Dark Sania. Everyone was, yeah. I mean, because in reality, Dark Sania was, like I told everyone that was asking me about her before, initially, she's a really slow character to try to push through the game with. But in a lot of the in-game content, she's the highest scaling unit in the game when it comes down to damage she can inflict. Now, the thing, and even I would even say making just bosses faint, right? And here's the thing, right? When you really look at it for what it's worth, like I told everybody, Shadow Sania from the very beginning was always the strongest character in the game. Like, it's never not been Shadow Sania, by the way. The problem was that, and even before then, she's gotten nerfed a few times, believe it or not. So the things that they've changed on her, they changed some of her skill nodes. They changed the skills and like where they were even placed. And then they started implementing more things that were immune, because a lot of stuff in the game wasn't actually immune to dot in like CBT1. Everything was like pretty open for the most part. And then they started adding more to it. So Shadow Sania is actually the character that kind of like started the whole like balance chain really for a lot of characters, because she could just make stuff faint basically. And it was all off their own HP. And it's like, well, what do you do when a character has to have a ton of HP? You can't just not make them have HP, you know, like unless it is a specific type of content, you know, like the Union fight, for example. So, Yeah, that she's literally the predetermined gauge for a lot of content because she can scale the highest without needing attack and crit damage and all that stuff. She just literally needs you to have a ton of HP and you just faint. Like she detonates, rotates, stacks, you faint. Like that's how she kind of works. And so what shell do you use on your Val? She's kind of hard to equip with a shell because of her inaction. Sometimes you just can't get the shells value early on. My Val right now, what do I have on her? I just have a black flag. Like I don't go too crazy with her shell unless, again, when I was working my team up, I went Gigabyte because on the exact turn that was counted as the third turn for me, she would be out of her bubble. So it would activate Gigabyte and it would push her to be able to use her skill 2 to give invincibility to my team. So that's kind of how I was using her. But that's also like kind of the workup. I would say with most like stuff with her, it's one or two things. Either when she comes out, you want something like an Artisan, because Artisan is going to be nice if you're rotating into a turn and she's out of that bubble. Then she can give extra shield and that can help facilitate until she can get back into her bubble, right? And then at that point, everybody is just rotating and getting their own shield, right? From her being in her bubble. I would say outside of that, you just run something just so she can have the stats to take hits, really. Yeah, Artisan I think is probably standard, really. Yeah, Artisan is just way too good. That's why I said like a lot of people are jumping up, but they don't have a good solid, like they don't have the real good solid like base mythics yet. And those mythics make a huge difference in what your team can do. And then you start looking at some of the other things like, you know, the Codex of Magic, the Revelation, like some of those are actually like really good as well. But because you already are doing so much farming, it's easier to farm. You can get crazy rotations out of those units, to be honest. You said finally clear Terra Hell 4. Congrats, Kat. What did you clear it with? I'm just interested. What did you clear it with? You said, would you reset Gray for any other SR if you have... Wait, say if you have Klaus, Lily, Freya? No, because he's a DPS and he still is a crit rate up buffer. So if it was a matter of like that, no, not necessarily. I mean, it also depends on what your Terramatan, or not your Terramatan, your Doki Doki team is, really. Because Gray can still be used in it. You said, what's my thought process when putting shells on a character? Well, some characters get to keep the same shell, some don't. Like, it kind of all depends on like where you're at in the game. I think working your way up, like, I think my mentality for sure has been more so what can give me the biggest bang for my buck, right? And that's how I look at a lot of stuff, even if I am spending. And the reason why that is because like the last few videos I've made have been talking about cost, right? How can you cut cost? How can you get the most investment or progression push without having to have mythic gear or having mythic units? Because a lot of it isn't that, right? Like a lot of people are like, oh, I'm not gonna get there until I get mythic gear. It's like, bro, my Valerian shields an insane amount, but it's not just her shielding, it's the Artisan on the team helping out, right? And that's because I took the time to actually farm that. Before then, it would have been Diamond Heart, right? And so having that facilitate and then transitioning into the higher version is what made her just better. She's not even running like crazy gear, you know? So for certain setups, I'll change certain things, but for the most part, she's usually on Artisan. Well, for my Terramatan team, I don't give her Artisan. I give her Black Flag because I don't need her to have Artisan on. And it's actually more useful to me when I have Klaus rotating and she's up to give it to someone on the team. Because I run her very slow in my Terramatan and the rest of my team is moving very, very fast. So that cut that I'm getting regularly and then like say having the Artisan on like someone like my Klaus is actually allowing me to take advantage of the shield. And it's just enough so that when the bubble pops on her, I can basically have the shield going on to another character to make sure that Terramatan can't one-tap me in that weird phase right before my skill 3s reset. And then I'm able to go into my skill 3 resets. And then that's where you get the strip from my Holden. That's when you get the defense break again from Klaus. That, you know, she goes back into her bubble. Like it's a whole thing. So in reality, all I'm doing is just really stretching the fight out as much as possible so that I don't have to really tweak certain things yet. And that's it. That's all it really is. Because eventually, as I'm shifting my gear is going to naturally solve those problems for me. Like being able to put certain characters on a momentum set is going to change my damage astronomically when we're talking about debuffing. Like units that can hit into, or units that can like that are debuffing, and you have a DPS that's hitting into that debuff with a set like momentum. Oh, stuff is disappearing. Like, like that's a huge thing. And that's one thing I was thinking about with Hoden. Is like Hoden's gonna be great for any DPS that has sets or that are using things like momentum, because just him by himself, he can inflict 3 debuffs. He can do a defense break on his skill 1. He has a attack down and a resistance down on his skill 2, or sorry, his skill 3. And that's another thing that makes him very useful, is the fact that when you start thinking about potential overstacking, there's literally only one other character in the game that you could overstack resistance down with. And I mean, not overstack, it just would like cancel each other out. But there's only one other character that could do it. It's Marvel. And are you really running them together? Probably not. Like, like that's the thing. So it's like, there's that. And so I don't have to worry about his debuff not being good, and or adding value to stack that damage scale on momentum. So all I really need from there is 3 more debuffs. And if Klaus does her unique, she does the speed down and a defense down, just between those 2 characters, I have 6 debuffs alone. And when you look at sets like momentum, right? Momentum is, where is it at? Where you at, momentum? Momentum is crit rate increase. And then when attacking, for each debuff or control effect on the target, increases damage by 6% up to 36%, right? So that's already 6 just from those 2 characters. That's not including Freya when she does her nightmare. That's not including the vulnerability that can come from the ting. There's like, bro, it can get real crazy if you just honestly understand like what your team can do. You said if I use Artisan on Klaus instead of Black Flag, my team won't be able to mark Terra. I completely X that out. I don't mark anymore. It's just too much of a process, and it's too much RNG in it, really. From what I've noticed, at least for the runs I've been doing, there's so much RNG in trying to get the team to mark properly, unless you bring a second DPS to hit the body. Right. And that's, if you notice, that's actually what a lot of people were doing. They were bringing a second DPS to make sure that they could mark the body effectively, but they were losing something in that slot, right? Or in that comp. So I was just like, you know what? I'm going to make my team survive longer, and then I'm going to just beat it that way. So instead of me doing a minute clear or less than a minute clear, it's about 2 minutes. So that's really what it is. And like, do I care it's taking that long? No, because I can always clean it up later. The point is that I'm getting the clear and I don't have to think about it anymore. Like that's the thing. This game gets like, that's any turn-based game. The longer you sit there and you're trying to facilitate and watch and see if you get the run clear, like, bro, that is just taxing. Like it is. And I love doing this type of stuff, but it's like after a while, I'm just like, all right, bro, let me go touch some grass. Like that's literally how it is. You said should I farm XP at level 30 to promote characters to 6-star? If you have to do it for a couple of characters, but like, to be honest, at level 30, you might only have really 1 6-star, maybe 2. Really, at level 30, I think you might have 1, maybe 2 6-stars, to be real with you. Everybody else should be 5-star. And your first 2 6-stars are more than likely going to be the characters that you're using for DPS and Doki Doki and Terra Matan. So there's kind of that, to be honest. You said I can't wait to activate my Assailants with this momentum. Momentum set is really a solid set for most teams that have a lot of debuffs on them, to be honest. But that's kind of like on the other spectrum versus like the other teams that are like a whole bunch of buffing. So you said I cleared Hell for Terra with Hell Kid, Tsukiyomi, Fangus, Valerian, Veronica. Said I can't auto it though. Yeah, see, at least you did get the clear. That's the goal. That's why I always still run things in auto, because I don't want to have to manual it if I don't have to. But that might be what you do temporarily until you can swap some things, and then from there you can try to make sure that the team is more autoable at that point. He says momentum good for Hoden. No, because he's not doing enough damage for it to really make sense. He said, have you cleared the innocent Karoo yet? I don't know. I think I stopped doing it because I was like, not even that, not because I couldn't do it, but where am I at? I did. How far are you guys? I just stopped. Oh yeah, I didn't go any further yet. I like stopped because I've been working on units and I've been trying to build up Holden and I've been trying to get him to work from last stream till now, and I finally got his speed done today. Like that literally is what's been happening. I literally got his speed done today. I think what I had mainly farming for the most part, while I was like, what was I doing? I was watching Castlevania Nocturne. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I was watching Castlevania. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. He said, bro, I can't bloody do hell 3 Terramaton. Should I be able at level 41? But he said it's hard. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's just a workup, right? Like, well, I'm 51 now and I'm just getting into hell 4. Like for me, it's really more so like you take the proper time to make sure your stats are where you want them to be and you have the right pets. I will say, like, the thing that's helped me the most is making sure I facilitated, making sure I had the pets that's really helping me. And the more that I've grinded that's actually made the gear grind and trying to beat those dungeons easier. If you look at my box, now mind you, I just want to know, I've deleted all of my epics at one point, by the way. Like I had, like, this box was crazy. I deleted all my epics because I had, and not the ones at least I was using, but I deleted all my epics because I had that many in here. I've maxed out 1, 2, 3, 4, that's almost 5 mythics now. I got 2 black flags. This one's fully awakened. This one, and these are all awakened, by the way, too. So those are awakened. Oh yeah, he's awakened too. And that all costs training data. Like, so I spent more time on this than anything else. I promise you. Because when you look at a lot of my gear, I don't have a crazy amount of mythics on my account. Not gear-wise, not modules. So everything's been mainly making sure this is good. And then from there, it's just made things a lot easier. Like for example, when I built my 1 gigabyte, that was like cool, right? But when I got my 2nd gigabyte, I was like, oh, I'm doing something. So that like the 2nd gigabyte really did change, like for the lack of speed I had, that really helped me out a lot. So that's like something that was like really huge for me. I did my 2 white fangs, did my double gigabytes. Yeah, it's really that. I hadn't really like gone to my characters outside of me building Holden recently. My team has basically been the exact same team. I cleared all the way up to Hell 3. Who did I use all the way up? I think, well, Hell 2, I used the Leon Gray, Freya, Dinah, and Valerian. That was my team all the way up into Hell 2. Then I swapped into Ting, pushed into Hell 3. And then from there, Holden's been the newest character I've added to it. And he just makes the team a lot safer. But he's a speed build. He said, have you done your Phantom Theater? Not today. I haven't done it yet. Yo, Fatissimo, is that deal? Wait, what you're asking about? You said, stuck on Sharon Harn or Sharon Hell, bro? What are you using? Because right now, like, what am I doing? What did I do on Sharon? Hold on. Oh, you want to do it now, bro? I gotta re-gear my characters. They're like all over the place right now. I gotta re-gear them. I'm not gonna be any use to you right now, unfortunately. I'm just not. We can still do it though. I got you though. We can do it though. I got you. We'll definitely do it. I'm gonna re-gear today though, or finish my presets because I like started them, right? Like I started redoing them, so I was like working on my PvP for my Holden. I got my PvE one right here, and that's what I was gonna do for my characters. As I was going, I was gonna like, you know, kind of list them like this so that I could like kind of manage them a little bit better. Because yeah, I like the way I was doing stuff before was just messing me up. But you said I did it. You said hell I did it. It was actually Nightmare. Oh, okay. So I'm building Codex and Fortissimo today. Yeah, I wanna, I could do a Codex of Magic now. I really could do a Codex of Magic now. Because Codex of Magic is also gonna change teams too. Yeah, Codex of Magic is gonna change teams too. Because in reality, yeah, I could do a Codex of Magic today. And it's also Lighthouse Gaming too, low key right now. Like I could be going crazy with trying to build in my some of my bruiser stuff right now. I think I farmed yeah, I got some Fortissimos. Yeah, I got a couple. Not crazy though. Got 2 lighthouses so far. And then where are the Codex at? Yeah, Codex right here. So we got a couple of Codexes. This one, this Codex though is going to go crazy. I was like, y'all gave me the Bulwark Strive combo? Okay. I was like, I'm definitely using that. But yeah, I was like, dude, like I gotta build him up. He said Codex on Obel love. Oh yeah, Codex on Obel is busted. Yeah, that's a classic, actually, Storm. Obel on Codex of Magic is like, unironically, my first showcase of Codex of Magic was actually Obel with Codex of Magic. Because I was just like, this guy with the stacks and the stuns is nuts. Like, you can even use that. That's so much better in Doki Doki too. Because you can overstack on the dots. So you're getting the max value out of the dots, and then he can reinforce the stun quicker too. So like, yeah, that like Obel on Codex, it's not even the same unit anymore. I mean, that's most units that actually can take advantage of it, to be honest. You said I got Swift Rush, Bulwark, Codex. So I'm about to be a Terran. Yeah, Swift Rush and Bulwark is kind of crazy. That's a crazy combo. Because it's like, dang, okay, you thought you outsped me, but I still got immunity? Like, okay. Going right on Freya. Nah, I feel you on that. You said my speed on my Val? My Val is currently a 151. 151, and that's with a black flag. The reason why I'm running Black Flag and not something else too, in some cases, is because depending on the run, I want her to run as slow as possible so I can have my units rotate more to take advantage of the shield. But then it's like, I also don't want her to be too slow because if the bubble ever gets popped, I need her to be able to get her turns so that she can actually get the skills, or not get the skills, but to be able to use her skills, basically. It's like, you show a Ring Goku run, please. So I'm on the slow side of not understanding that fight. I mean, at least in Hell, okay, I could talk about what he really is doing. I'm not really paying his gimmicks any mind, if I'm being honest, but it's a hit count thing, right? So, so the main thing is that like what really makes a lot of these fights easy and is the pushback. Like he's still gonna go though, right? So his mechanics basically is he's immune to all control effects, taunt, as well as turn meter, and dot effects. So Rengoku has the power to manipulate affinity, and building a team of Animuses of different affinities can help reduce the survival pressure. So usually if you're running any team against him, you don't want to have more than 2 of any attribute, basically, because the higher up you go, he's gonna basically punish you when he's swapping, when you have that attribute up, basically. Because when that attribute shifts on, I think it's like you can't do anything to him. So that's the thing. So like if everybody is all green and he shifts into green, you ain't doing nothing to him, basically, right? Now, hold on, I'll start the fight. Right? So here's the thing. He has a specific infinity like sequence, right? He goes reason, odd, hollow, disorder, and then constant. So he could technically beat all the attributes in the fight. But the thing is that he deals 600% damage to all enemies, ignoring 30% of their defense. When attacking enemies with a countered affinity, it ignores 50% of their defense. And then after casting, he changes all allies' affinity in the sequence: reason, odd, hollow, disorder, and then constant. So he can affect all affinities basically. Now that's really the main thing, right? That's the biggest thing with him. I don't care about none of that. I'm just defense breaking him and I'm trying to nuke him. That's it. That's all I'm doing. So that's literally all I care about. Yeah, he's the avatar. He's like, he's like, what's my Freya build? She's on a speed build. Hold on, I'll show you. Yeah, he's the avatar, basically. So that's my team. Like, he's gonna hit me, right? But my team also has enough base bulk. Like, nobody should die. And if they do, it's still GG. I actually don't think they should, but yeah, there we go. That's why we run Artisan. My boy was on a tight thread. And then he has this right here. Each stack increases damage taken by 40%. It's called Evil Fire. So that's kind of why you don't want to be in this fight long. He said, you got any tips for auto farming Terramatan with dot teams? He said, I have Lily S1 and Shadow Sania S1 max. I'm trying to think, what else are you running on that team? That's it. It's a minute clear. Yeah, with that fight, if you literally let him stack you, then you die. That's kind of the problem. You said, are you still refreshing? Yes, I am actually. This is my paid account though, so. You said you need Fangus Gaming on that team. Wait, Fangus said need Fangus. Yeah, Fangus. Yeah, dude. Honestly, Fangus is good. He is really good. Yeah, Fangus is very, very good. It's a big question. If I'm playing at Global S1, my friend's S3, we could play together or separated servers, meaning I can't do PvE or PvP with him. I don't even know, really. I don't know. I don't know. I know like the main thing is it prevented for everyone being on a separate server. I think is like really for the first couple of weeks. Then everything should be cross, if I'm not mistaken, if you're on the same server. But I know like the missions were like the main thing. It was the beginner missions that are up to facilitate your initial start in the game. That was like the biggest thing, was like players are locked into that. But I honestly, I haven't like had anybody tell me they're on server 3. I haven't like paid attention to it since they've implemented it, really. That was something they announced on release, and I still was kind of like, I guess that makes sense, but I don't really know what they were trying to do with it, to be honest. But if I'm not mistaken, if you're on the same server, you should be able to still do stuff with people. Even I think the world chats, you still can interact with people on the same world chat too. Yeah, I think everything is like the same. I haven't like I think more people would be upset if they couldn't interact with people on the previous servers, especially for people that re-rolled out of those windows and then they got stuck on the other server. Oh crap! Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Yo, my fault, chat. I just ran off like somebody just died. Nah, that was my bad. I forgot I ordered a smoothie, and it's just been sitting outside for like the last like 40 minutes. I completely forgot I ordered that crap. I was like, wait a minute. It like for some reason, it was just like an intrusive thought. It like literally just like shot through my head. You ordered something. I'm like, oh damn. I forgot. Yeah, bro. It's just a Smoothie King smoothie. It's just for calories. That's it, bro. I literally no, actually, this is a 32 ounce, bro. Usually when you get this, it's like damn near a solid like brick of ice, right? So it's actually still fine, but I'm surprised because it's literally like Sahara Desert outside. But if it wasn't for that, yeah, it'd be mush, and it'd be my fault because I left it out there. So Chiaki is actually very good if you don't have lit. Chiaki the Echo is very, very good. You say, like Cass said. Yo. Yeah, bro. 10 days left for the game. Yeah, it's gonna be lit. Dude, I'm actually really hyped that those games are coming. It says Silence, Mio, Sutamu, okay. Marvel, Kraken, Silence, and sorry, both on Artisan, Marvel, Mio are Gigabyte. Sutamu is just a typical DPS. This run is so fun. Yeah, Sutamu really is he's a single target DPS. That's what he is, yeah. You said, I said there, that's some good quality smoothie then. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not the healthiest though, because it's not, I mean, whenever you're ordering some, like some places use certain things, others don't. So it's all right. It gets the job done. You said for the team, you prefer White Fang or Revelation? Revelation in general, I prefer on units that can hit a lot. With his follow-up, he can make use of it, but I mean, White Fang is like fine to facilitate progression. Revelation is nice, but yeah, I mean the damage boost you get from the White Fang is really good too. So, I mean, at the point of me like getting it, like would I go crazy to grind it right now? I mean, I could technically build it, but I don't think it would be necessarily the like best investment choice compared to like a lot of other things right away. But it is still good. It's not bad at all. You said the best way to farm training data is to recycle shells. Farming shells, recycle shells. Yeah. Yeah, farming shells. You said, can you see my Shadow Sania build? Do you want to fight now or later, Lonzo? I don't got no Shadow Sania. You try to rub it in or something? You know? That's what I got on my Dating right now. But yeah, you like, so the way that I've been like kind of going about farming is I'll take that day and whatever stamina I plan on using, it mainly goes into that one thing. So if I'm farming shells, it's going just into my shells. If I'm farming modules, I'm doing modules. I just kind of assign my days like that, so it doesn't feel like I'm not getting any actual value out of the like when you kind of split it up and try to divvy it. Sometimes it doesn't feel like you're really getting much value, especially like with like modules. Like, dude, you could like farm modules and say you're trying to split it up, and then that whole run is just like straight up garbage. Like those 10 runs are just straight up garbage. So yeah, and the pieces I'm running attack create crit damage. And then my Freya is on, where's she at? My Freya right now, I have her on effect accuracy, and effect accuracy, and really just emphasizing the speed on her. You said, does Doki Doki Hell 4 give only Bramble set or what? Probably for you. Probably for you, brother. Probably for you. But my Holden build, hold on. Right now I'm running him fast. He's on effect accuracy, crit, and effect accuracy. Speed build. That's my build for him right now. Revelation is good on Ramoka. She's a multi-hitter. She's actually really, really good on Revelation, actually. You said so you just get harvest pieces with support subs. That sounds about right. Yeah, you said I'm getting more consistent runs using Gigabyte on Chiaki and Kloss. I was trying to mid max with the marking, but seems it's not gonna work. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. If you're using the exact team I am, forget the marking. Just go straight for like trying to keep your team alive a lot longer, and then just making sure that you have those pets like the artisan, the gigabytes help a ton. And then if you're using like Valerian, then just making sure that she's as slow as you can possibly get her. To be honest. Wait, you said... Wait. Wait, what's bugged on Revelation? You said, what does my Doki Hell 4 look like? I haven't built my Doki Hell 4 team yet. Well, I have, not even that I haven't built it. I just haven't done it. Like, I just want you guys to know, like, when I say I focus on one thing at a time, I really focus on one thing at a time. Like, I've like gotten to Hell 2, but I like straight stopped there. I haven't pushed any further. I've even tried. And that's just simply because I know exactly what I need to farm. And I was like, okay, I need to actually build up my my DPS gear a little bit. So I gotta get my Ramoka a little bit higher so that she one-shots more consistently. And then my team is pretty much set though. Like, there's not really anything I gotta change team comp wise. It's still gonna be the same team. Yeah, I just haven't pushed it, bro. I just haven't done it really. I literally have been in Terra Matan Hell and farming shells. That's all I've been in. You said Hell 4 for Terra. Yeah, that's what I'm on right now. That's literally where I've been living. But yeah, so, and that's also because I'm trying to get subs. That's why I think that's like really more than anything. But yeah, this team isn't gonna change. It's just really more so my Ramoka, one-shotting this guy consistently, and then making sure I can sustain the next turn, and then you kind of win. So like my auto targeting after this, like, let me see if the turn order is proper. I'm not sure. Yeah, so after this, the only thing I have to make sure I do consistently is make sure that the auto is preset to target the middle ad, because I'm not gonna one-shot the next wave, and if I can keep that one stun locked, then I just kind of win at that point. Yeah, see, there my rotation's off because I got hit with an attack break, so I'm not gonna cleave that. Yeah, see, messed up my cleave. So it's like minor tweaks I gotta do to this for this to really work, but yeah, this first wave gotta go. But I changed something, I think, for my Terra Matan to work, so yeah, I gotta go back and see what I changed. But what we're gonna do is this. All right, so let me say, oh, how many of these can we actually do for presets though? I've never actually seen what the max capacity was. So I'm gonna do that, but we can't move these around. So I'm gonna do this. This is my PvE. Let's change this to, yeah, I mean, Holden's build is just kind of universal, but yeah, we'll keep it like that. Yeah, we'll keep it like that. It's like almost do Inferno 2, that last mob on wave 2 kills me. Let me actually try Inferno Terror, because then that kind of tell me what the hell I need to do for that. You said, what do you max first on Holden? I went skill 2 personally with him. If you can get some skill ups into a skill 3, that would be nice too for a cooldown, but I went skill 2. He said, will you do outlining your, well, he said, will you do a video outlining your speed tuning process for Doki? Yeah, I mean, I could do a video on it. It's not really so much like, it's not crazy speed tuning to like you're thinking like 8 turns of down, like really like 9 or 10 turns down the line. It's really your first initial turn. Like, it's like your first character order. It needs to be, everybody needs to go before Kazuyo. Kazuyo needs to go before the DPS. DPS nukes. That's the one-shot strat. It is literally that. The second wave, the targeting is just the main thing there. Really, more than anything. But if you have more like investment in skills, things of that nature, it makes it easier. The other thing is too, like Kazuyo skill 3 being max helps out a lot. So that helps out a lot as well. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got here. I'll go body, see what it does. He did holding dirty. And no, oh, we didn't strip. That's a wash. Yeah, I need to see. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Yeah, I need to see what the whatchamacallit is though. The amount of effect accuracy I need. Yo, he's not stripping? He's stripping the ads on the side, but not the body. Like, what is going on? Yeah, I might have to raise his accuracy, or not even his accuracy. I might have to raise the skill itself, so he can have a higher chance. Okay, there we go. Damn it. I forgot to target the main body. That was I'm gonna see what it does. We'll see what it does. I forgot to target the main body though. Oh, they're dead. Yeah, the speed, it's really speeding me right now. So the thing with this, with the jump from Hell 4 to Inferno, is straight speed, yo. He's so fast. And the crazy thing is, it's just like, I'm like, bro, I do not have the speed for it. Like, that's literally it. I just don't have the speed. Yeah, and the health is more too. But I could deal with more health if I could rotate better. But yeah, that speed, that is cutting me like crazy. Yeah, he's cutting me like crazy right now. Yeah, this is Inferno. He said, why does the team follow up attack enemies on unmarked targets? Because I picked him to. I don't want him to hit the arm. It makes 0 sense for me to hit that arm. Yeah, Veronica is going to make that way smoother. Yeah, she definitely will. But again, I can't even be like that mad because it's like, bro, it is what it is. Like, we got the strip at least, but we now need just the sustain and then the speed because I'm way too slow for that. You said his passive. Oh, are you saying like for his passive effect? Wait. You said why does the team follow up attack on unmarked enemies? Oh, you're asking why does he? Let me see. All this is yeah, so I'm not actually sure. Huh, that's actually a good question. I think, yeah, actually, yeah, the text reads it different. No, but that's not what he asks. What he actually asks is actually a valid question because it says he marks the enemy with the lowest HP percentage, increasing the crit rate, and etc. Right? That makes sense. But it does say when attacking a marked target, he performs 1 extra attack with rapid fire. But if you hit a target that's not marked, he still follows up with the extra attack. That's what he was saying. I was confused myself when he first asked, but yeah, it actually follows up always. I always get 2 hits, and the body's never marked. So yeah, that is I don't know. That could be bugged. Like, yeah, that could be bugged. I'm not gonna lie. That could be bugged because it doesn't say that on the text. He said, "Look, it's Moses' fault. He brought it up." He said, "You just lose the 60% CR when not marked." Yo, hey, listen. He brought it up. I didn't say anything. He said, delete the evidence. Yo, see, now we got to end the stream. You see what I'm saying? Sensei said, Devs is smiling right now watching. Yo, but hey, it's somebody that's like, he said delete the VOD. Yo, hey, he brought it up. He said, I've just been wondering. Yo, you know, hey, you ever hear the saying, curiosity kills the cat? You ever hear that? Yo. No, it is a good point, though. But it's just like, I didn't, because I wasn't thinking about it. But he's right, though. Yo, he's right though. Oh my God. Hey, listen, I'm just hoping they, hey, just leave him. He said, should I reset Chloros? He said he gotta get the access balance sweep, so we can't be shocked. Yeah, so I will say, I don't think they're gonna do it now, but I think they're probably gonna they're gonna probably fix them in that window that they said they were gonna fix characters on. Yeah, I think that's probably what's gonna happen. So we shall see, because if we're talking about like the matter of the fact that he ain't supposed to work like that, it says it on his kit. So yeah, that's a valid point. That's valid at least. He said. Oh God, yo. Hey, listen, I'll do my best. I'll protect you. Don't worry. He said, justice for Shadow Selena. You wasn't the only bugged. No, bro, the thing where she wasn't bugged at all. It was the boss. It was the boss itself. So you probably didn't do anything for now, since people are pissed off because the last nurse. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Burger. They're gonna do it in that window that they said they were gonna do it, is what I would think. Because that's what they said they were gonna do, and that makes more sense to do versus you said, what's the ting bug? Well, I ain't gonna say it again, but yo, honestly, no. The thing that we're talking about basically was the skill 3 and how it reads, right? So that was that. So if you actually think about that and think about what it does when you use it, then you'll see, right? You said, you know what else was bugged? Text Hoyan, Zox her, you said her alt description? What was bugged though? He said, no, it's fine. I saw the combo. He said, if I did take some hours, mark the target correct, so I never noticed. Yeah, mine doesn't. It reads defense percent. Yeah, that sounds like a bug. I mean, does it? And her ult? Damage dealt by this attack by 7% of defense. Is that a bug, chat? Or is that... I mean, that would be mad random. Because, like, her first attack... Yeah, that's a bug, right? Because I know you built Hoyan, Darius. So, yeah, that's a bug. Okay, because I'm like, that's mad random. It said they changed it to damage boost on the... While the video is defense... breach. So I think it happened after maintenance. Oh, because I was like, I felt like I read it. I was like, I don't remember seeing that. Okay. You said my Aurora team? My Aurora team is like, you think my Doki Doki team's underdeveloped? My Aurora team is underdeveloped. The team I'm actually using, hold on, I could just show it from here. Yeah, the team I'm actually using right now on Hell 1, the Ting, Klaus, Holden, Ling Lao, and Freya. So wait, did the teamwork also happen after maintenance? No, he was always doing that. That wasn't a maintenance thing. That's how he's been doing that since people been using him. Because I never actually thought about it, but yeah, he always did that. You said the text? Yeah, the text I guess was for maybe after the maintenance happened, but they were fixing something else, I think. I mean, I know I got booted off like 5 times, so I don't even know. Said to be fair, it really wouldn't affect a lot of people's things since most tune them to attack the target mobs anyway. Yeah, it wouldn't. It would just force you to do it. That's what it is. It would force you to do it. And that's, I guess, in all purposes of getting that scale damage, it kind of makes sense. It's like, hey, if you're going to get that crazy blast, you need to make sure that he's hitting into his gimmick. I think that's fair. I don't think that's like anything wrong with that, right? Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He said, did you see the team I used for Hell 4? No, I didn't. Hold on, you said you have messaged me. I completely forgot. My bad. I had thought about my smoothie. Ah, you went meta. Yeah, you used the ting, the chloro. Wait, hold on. Is your chloros 5-star? Or your stars grade weird? Hold on. Is he 5 or 6-star? No, he's 6-star. Okay, never mind. The star just looked weird. It's the Lily that's 6-star. Okay. You said, wow, smoothie is more important to me? Nah, it just made me forget. Not that it's more important. He said yes. Bro. But nah, that works, bro. Yeah, that works. Hey, listen. Hey, as long as you can clear it, that's the most important thing, right? Yeah, that works. Wait, you said yeah, it makes sense for SR character. You can always control it since it's based on percentage. Yeah. Said Lisa Tech says you need crit with revelation. Yeah. Said I didn't test it, but it makes sense. So it can't be abused by supports. Yeah, that's fair. He said, by the way, do you do some non-deting showcases for terror shell fights? I can. I mean, to be honest, the characters I actually want to use, here's the problem. It's not that other characters don't work. It's that we're so early in the game that you kind of have to make certain investment choices that give you more of a universal spread. So like, for example, if I really wanted to use like a single target nuke, I could use like Obero, for example, for like Aurora. Like Obero would actually be like kind of nice. But the problem is like, where else are you going to use her? So it's like I'm not using her in Terror. I'm not using her in Doki Doki. Maybe in some PvP setups. So that's kind of the thing you run into with a lot of characters. That's why like a lot of supports, you get a lot of leeway with them. Lisa actually just got her, so Obero gaming tomorrow. Bro, I want to build her so bad. Like, she's nuts. She's nuts. As somebody pointed out to me, which I never realized, but the bleed debuff she does never actually leaves. I was like, bruh. I was like, you know how busted that is? I was like, yo. I was like, that's actually kind of nasty. So yeah, I'm about to mess around with that, to be honest, as soon as I get her. Because yeah, her damage is gonna be quite interesting to see how that goes. So RC77 is pretty busted. Yeah. Nah, it definitely is. He said overall RNG said hard to build her, turn order right on Aurora. Yeah, that's what I mean too. Like it all depends on what you have accessible. But yeah, she's very good there if you have the ability to use her. But the problem is like I said, it's investment. So even if you could build her, it's like, well, is that going to be useful to you in other areas? That's the same reason why it's like, should I build, you know, a Sania or a Valerian? And it's like, well, probably Valerian, because you can slot her into more things and she counters more of the gimmick that you're up against. So even Sutomo, same thing. Like he's still amazing single target damage, but it's like, you know, you're not really necessarily going to be getting a ton of value out of him in certain areas. And even for the thing you could really use him for, which would be the skill 2, he doesn't do that on auto first. He does his skill 3 first. So it's like kind of weird with him too in some setups, because that buff strip is huge. He's basically a baby Heinrich. I said, do you think they overtuned Inferno level compared to CBT? I felt like more teams than just Dot worked back then. Trying to think about what we had then, which is kind of the difference now. No, actually, I'm pretty sure when people got to, I'm pretty sure things feel the same. Yeah, I'm like, I don't think they're like that different, to be honest. Because even like back in the beta, like there was like there wasn't a whole bunch of people that got to Inferno, not without having like certain things. And it's still again, in the CBT, I'm trying to think like who's still predominant characters at that point. Um, I mean, they could have. They could have. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Doki might not. Yeah, I don't think from what I've seen, Doki doesn't look like much change, but Inferno, I could see that. Yeah, I could definitely see it. Cause I mean they added the turn meter push stuff, which made that a little bit more, you know, kind of counteracting that. So there is that. But I mean, that's the thing, guys, and that's what I look at. It's like that's within all their right to juice it if they wanted to be fair. The other thing is that like when we get the gear to be able to do it, we'll be able to get up there. It's just that I think like with everything, it's kind of like how there was like the people that had the ting were able to do certain things that other people couldn't. It's kind of the same thing that's going to happen with people that have Shadow Sania. So I think it's like kind of all in fairness of RNG and gacha. It's like you're going to have some things that allow you to scale other things much easier and some things you're just not going to be able to. I think that that's the thing with like with summoning and getting things. I think like, for example, I haven't had necessarily the best of RNG in terms of like gear, but I'm still making it work. You just have to kind of go about things a little bit different. So I don't get to necessarily ooga booga like some people with the shadow Sinias, but I got to figure it out, right? And so I know like for a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to do, I'm like, all right, I got to tweak my speeds more. I got to do this more. But yeah, I mean, that was off the CBT. And I mean, that's the thing is like everything was subject to change. So I don't think I went into release expecting things to be exactly the same, to be honest. If I'm being real with you, I think that expectation is also unrealistic. So people complaining about like, oh, the difficulties scaled. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of CBTs as well, is to kind of also gauge how easy things are or how much time it's taking players to do things so they can adjust it, really. That's all I've ever seen. Like, I've never seen the latter. Like, oh, they did that easy? Let's make it easier. It's usually they're like, oh, they did that pretty easy and they did that really quick and we kind of don't want them doing stuff that fast, so we're going to make it a little bit harder. And I feel like for the gear juice that you get from it, it ends up being worth it. I definitely think it ends up being worth it. And now, is it possible they could have overtuned some aspects of the fight? Absolutely, that is possible. I will not disagree with that. There will be and there can be certain things, kind of like what they had to adjust on Doki Doki with the middle boss having that attack buff. And it took for people it took for the bug to show them that like, oh damn, that's super overtuned. So they even reduced that instead of allowing that to stack higher. So like there might be some more adjustments that might come to balance it out. But these are like typical things that happen in these games. Summoners War had it happen. E7 had it happen. Damage gets adjusted. They implement more units to make things slightly easier. It comes with the territory. I think like when you're facilitating PvE and PvP, it just comes with the territory. There's no such thing as like everything is just gonna be perfect, right? So yeah, it's kind of the same thing. I think again the biggest thing is just like, you know, communicating whatever it is that you want to do and how you want to go about doing it. So I appreciate it, bro, to see what I reset this time around, since I did horribly the first week. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you said Endgame at E7 is like 4 days, but that's now. If we talk about like early E7, it wasn't like that, right? And that's also because they give you what? They give you characters like Bubblegum. They give you gear like Bubblegum. But the game is also 7 years old. I think whenever people make those arguments, they also forget to throw in the age of their game. They're like, Summoner's War does this. Well, Summoner's War is 10 years old. Like, it should be doing that. Otherwise, I don't think people should be playing it. That's why I'm confused with Raid Shadow Legends. Because Raid Shadow Legends is a whole nother beast, and I don't understand how they're at 6-7 years almost. Like, I don't even understand. Like, I'm like, that is a anomaly like game, because they haven't done really much of anything to really make that game just feel better. But the other thing is too, what I've come to, and this is why I said, like, even when it comes down to the types of content I make, I also understand that, like, for some games, I guess I'm just not the target audience. Like, there's a specific demographic and audience that is okay with how Raid is. Like, I like, it just is. They just are. So you said some people are doing Inferno Terra with Sania and Lily. I can see that. Yeah, absolutely can see that combination. I mean, the thing is that, like, when you don't have certain things, you have to facilitate your comps a little bit differently. So combinations are you said not some, majority. Yeah, I mean, hey, there's some validity to that. And I can only say that though because I did take time where I dived into Raid recently. That wasn't like a year ago. Like, that was recent, and I was playing it. I was making content on it every day. Yeah, like that game is not the friendliest game in terms of progression. Like, for example, in Raid, it takes you, on average, it could take you almost 2 weeks. Almost 2 weeks, I would say, for your first 6-star. If I give or take. It could take almost 2 weeks for your first 6-star. And that's not even including, like, skill up mats. Like, you have to actually be doing, like, the clan or the union stuff or the guild stuff in order to really be able to get skill books like how you want to. And that's not really going to give you good return until you're at endgame. Like, it just isn't good up until that point, which is kind of crazy that they have it like that, to be honest. Instead of using Chloros on the water boss in the theater, it still did well. Chloros is just good, man. He can hit a lot. You get some damage reduction, but it's not crazy to a point where, like, he doesn't, like, the boss doesn't have, like, a crazy modifier to where he just doesn't work. So do you need attack bonus on the Ting? It definitely helps. Yeah, attack bonus definitely helps. It depends on I'm not sure what your gear looks like, but yeah, attack bonus, I still run it on him. You said rate sucks. Yeah, it is kind of, but that's what I was saying. It's like some games is just all about, like, this is what I think really what it boils down to. Some people don't care about the fact of the rates. They don't care about they just care that they enjoy the games. That's really what it is. I mean, it's with every game. There's people on, like, Genshin Impact that literally don't care about anything that's going on in that community other than, oh, a new character came out and I'm having fun because it was an update. They don't care about nothing else. Like, that's it. That's it. So I think it's always going to be like that within communities. And depending, you know, on the demographics, sometimes it's even bigger. But then there's also the people that are kind of sucked into the spending aspect of the game. So that's where we kind of get into, like, gacha addiction and stuff like that. So there's some people that are, like, locked in and they're like, bro, like, if I quit, then my account, like, it's the FOMO, right? So some people are locked in. Crazy thing is that, like, I would say, like, this, you know, it's not really a raid thing necessarily. Like, this is stuff that we can look at games like FGO, for example. Like, people, like, within that first games, like, that game being out in the first couple of years, people already had spent millions on it. Like, I mean, like, literal millions, like tens of millions, which is crazy. Like, people have spent millions on that game. So, I mean, it's like you're going to see it across the board everywhere, depending on the game and the period of time it came out in and stuff like that. So, you said you run a Fury carry, Kenai, on your, yeah, that's what I got on him right now. I haven't farmed any momentum pieces yet, so that's why I don't have any momentum on him yet. But as soon as I get momentum, he will be on momentum. Yo, what's up, Misery? You said my wife is literally like that. She plays Genshin whenever she feels like it. That's how, if I'm being honest, that's how gaming should be, right? I'm trying to think. I feel like I've played that game. How? I'm trying to think. Was that game turn-based? You said I just enjoy progression and getting stronger. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that everybody's wants and needs for games are different. So the guy who introduced me to Summer Resort had played for 5 years and couldn't do GB10, but he liked the characters. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, it's really that. Like, gaming has to return back to that at some point. Yeah, I have then. Yeah, I have. You could summon like what are they called? Oh my god, they're called not Oni. Are they Oni? Yeah, you could use Oni to fight with you. Was that it, right? They were Oni, I think it was. Yeah, games have to return back to that, man. Like people just playing the games because they enjoy the games. That's what it has to be about. Because if it's about anything else, then it's gonna be a nightmare a lot of the times. The market fluctuates too much, like with different things. You said Chloros has pseudo AoE if you max as S3, but Messiah is generally better to use there. Yeah. He said I played Brave Exodus and like that. Zero content really cleared. But I love the characters. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. When I played Brave Exodus, it was literally for the music. And for dude, like it'd be like the dumbest events I would show up for. It'd be like, oh, Katy Perry. Yeah, I was like, yo, I swear, literally events like that. Like, kid you not, they did the Katy Perry collab, bro. Ariana Grande, yeah, it was mad random stuff. I bet I was at that collab. like, bro, that joint is. Yeah, that's so funny. You said you got both of them, bruh. No, I'm telling you, Final Fantasy is really funny because they really will do some random collab like that. Like, how'd you like? What made you think players are just gonna want a collab with Katy Perry and Ariana Grande, and then they still made mad money off of it too, which is crazier. I was like, all right, hey. You said I had a whole team of Ariana variants. Like, yeah, that's like that's just like so funny to me, bro. Because we really did have collabs like that on that game. I think to this day, my favorite gacha has to be, and it's kind of similar to Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis. It's called Final Fantasy. It was Final Fantasy Mobius, I think it was called. I think it was Final Fantasy Mobius. Yeah, Mobius was probably my of all time in gacha. Final Fantasy Mobius was probably my favorite. Like that game, like I was like that game was like, bro. Whenever they dropped the update, I was locked in. I canceled everything. Like, and this is for the phone game. I was like, yo, I don't care what's going on. We got this update. I'm about to get into it. And then when they added a new class, oh, it was up. Every time they added something new, I was like, oh, I'm about to go crazy. That game was so fun. That game was very different. And it was really, really fun. It was really, really fun. You said unique story and all. So I had Cloud and Sephiroth. Sword. Bro, what made that game so fun to me, though, was the fact that you could literally have, like, everybody had the same character, but everybody could build the character so different. So, like, you could still do the different combinations of teams with a black mage, or you have your healers, or you got your DPS, or you got the dude that's the ninja. Like, it was so sick how they had it set up. But the individual grind of the game, like just the PvE alone was mad fun. Like the PvE was actually really, really fun. And that was something that I really enjoyed with the game, was like this game like genuinely like kind of cooked when it came down to the magic casting, like everything. It was so sick. The game will blow your phone up, but it was such a fun game. It was so fun. You said, no, your favorite game is Astra Knights of Beta? Oh my God, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I loved Astra because of the franchise itself. Like, I love Dragon Blaze and the storyline for that. You said, can you show your Shadow Flame build? Wait, the team I'm running for Shadow Flame? But the issue is, man, is that game scaling it was just so fast. It didn't give players enough time, and they kind of just cut off everything creator-wise too. It didn't make any sense. But even then, like, I didn't really make any videos about it. I was just like, hey, it is what it is. I feel like with Astra, that's a game I still would play though, just for fun. Like, it is definitely no like hard feelings or anything like that. Let me see. Shadow Flame. I don't know if my team's operating properly. We'll see. You said it made sense that typical Square Enix messed things up. That game lasted for a long time though. Mobius did last for a pretty good amount of time compared to a lot of other gachas, but definitely could have been a lot better. I guess this is what I was using. I haven't been in Shadow Flame Hoyan in like a few days, so, or a couple of days, I should say, not a few. Are we gonna keep Doki here? What are we using her for? For purification, I think. Let me think here. Yeah, I might have to put gear on my Doki so this can work right. Because if I take her out, I might get GG'd. We can try Freya though. Yeah, Near Reincarnation died out too. Yeah, I might get GG'd here. With all these extra hits. Actually, I'm gonna be okay. Yeah, I think most of this runs, like this runs way smoother though with Doki because she can purify. Or not purify, but move my team faster. Don't die, Freya. Yeah, if I had a defense break there, been GG, but hey, what can you do? This is why we love Artisan. There you go. Okay, that's fine. That works. You said Nier was killed for Kingdom Hearts Mobile and then they killed that before it even came out, so we lost Mobius for no reason. Yeah, we really did, bro. We really did, which is the crazier part. That's the crazier part. We really lost it for no reason. Oh, hold on. I think I hit my turn my light off. Hold on. Yeah, we lost. Yeah, we definitely lost Mobius for no reason. That game was perfectly fine. Like I was like, bruh. But I hate that. I hate that sometimes when teams want to focus on another project, so they just straight like drop a whole project that was doing okay. I'm like, bruh. You said so I have to get freezes with Kraken on this fight and hell, or I just die quickly. The freezes do help, but this is why I said like a lot of the like my teams aren't crazy. Like it's not all over the place. The main thing is like those pets. I'm telling you, those pets like really help out, make a difference. Gigabyte is big on Freya. The Artisan is helping keep that lower person up as well, so that helps out with my Deting. And then Valerian is just there, and she keeps giving shield every time somebody rotates. You said, is your Doki skilled up now? Nope, no skills. I cleared that with her, or I was running her like that in there with effect accuracy pieces and just speed. It was like kind of by mistake, but she worked. And yeah, no skill investment in her though. She's only level 40, so I just matched her at her base level. You said, can I use Doki instead of Chiaki on Doki Doki? You have to speed tune specifically for that. To be honest, technically you can, but the meter push is a little bit different. It's not a direct push forward. What it is like the way you're supposed to use her is to close gaps. So when you have Doki go, she needs to go after whoever it is that you're trying to push. So like, say for example, I don't know, you got Klaus rotating before, then you need to, and then you want her to, you want to be able to turn meter push her. You have her go afterwards, and that's also going to be affecting how she cools down as well. So she cools down, not really the order, but it cools down according to who has a skill cooldown. So like if like all 5 of your characters have cooldowns, for example, she's going to cool down according to who needs it based off of the number of what the cooldown is. So she like kind of rubber bands like that. But as far as the turn meter push, she pushes the unit that's basically the furthest behind all the way up. And then if units are actually close to each other, she ladders them. So if one unit passes the other, then she pushes the one that's behind the other in front of the other, and then keeps doing that. So she has a really like unique push with her, like within her kit. So you just have to kind of be aware of that when you're using her for pushing. Shiaki is just a straightforward burst. So whenever she pushes, she's moving your team forward. Like everybody gets moved. It's not really like for example, if you ran Doki first, like say she opened and nobody was doing anything, or everybody was like getting their turn, she would barely move them. Like that's kind of like what ends up happening with her. And she doesn't like really push anyone ahead of anyone necessarily. It's like kind of ladders everybody. It said, do you need effect accuracy on Hein? Yes, you do. Effect accuracy is actually really good on him, because he also strips buffs. So that's another thing that you do. And then I guess it all depends on what you're trying to do for the most part. But yeah, if you're doing like use him in PvE, it helps him. It said, should I prioritize farming Inferno Nama? Wait. Is that Nico Nana or Inferno Terra manually? So I got the DPS. Said dot team. I mean, to be honest, if you can do Inferno Terror, that's a good thing to do, to be honest. I mean, that's the highest thing that you can do right now. Is it like, I mean, it's kind of like when I build gear for like a unit, I'm basing it also off of if I have the pet to make it work or connect. So you're at the point where if you're farming Inferno, you should now have Fury Edge accessible. So you kind of have to do both. It's not really like a pick one or the other, because now you have to consider the fact that your shells aren't really changing. So let's say, for example, you farmed a White Fang already, right? And then you're trying to now farm a White Fang in Inferno. The only thing that's changing at that point is the fact that you have the third Matrix slot. So you really don't technically need to farm more White Fangs, other than the fact if you're trying to get a White Fang with the right sub rolls on it, or the right Matrix symbols on it. Other than that, the modules are going to be the next thing that you really need to start stacking. And really for that third slot, the third slot for these sets is basically what facilitates stat, right? So the third slot is going to be, actually, let's go to the dungeon because it's just better for visual. But if you're looking at what's accessible here, oh, wrong thing. Here, it's going to be Ether Plague or Fury Edge. That's your third slot. That's basically what you're looking for in your third slot. That's how you'd be able to do a 12-8-6 if you were choosing to do a 12-8-6. Because that's like, so yeah, that's literally the like what you're trying to flesh out. So when you think about it, you can technically go after that piece, but that would also be in mind, keeping that in mind. If you're farming these pieces, and damn, do I gotta make a video on that too? Probably. If you're farming these pieces, that should mean you already have 3 Matrix bonuses on the other pieces, right? That should mean your pet already is already connected to those pieces. Because the thing is that once you go, like say you're rocking 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and you start trying to farm these, it's not gonna like it doesn't give you the full connection on your set bonuses. You're gonna be short in some of them. And the only way you get this, it's always a 6 for these. So these are always 6 bonus. So you get 3 from the piece itself, and you get 3 on the pet. So that's why it's like where you're at right now, you're really honestly trying to farm up whatever pieces for replacement then at that point for whatever you're building. But I would say, yeah, I mean, it also depends on what you haven't cleared yet. So like if you're not at the higher like intervals on like say your Doki team, then that might be something worth putting stamina into or towards. Because the other thing you have to consider as well is like what gear gives me value here versus what gear gives me value in another dungeon. So that's basically what you're looking at. Not this account. I have one. This was my one of my 2 accounts. The other account's free to play. But yeah, so you got to kind of look at that too. Because like some of the sets for you to maybe amp your damage more in your Terramatan might be in Doki Doki for your DPS. Or actually, sorry, not Doki Doki, in Aurora for your DPS. Like Momentum, that's going to be a pretty huge set for a lot of DPS. So depending on who it is, of course. But that's something that like you you know, kind of have to think about there is like, okay, should I like start trying to push that more, farm that up, or should I start trying to actually put some effort into my other stuff that I'm not really doing nearly as well? So it just all really depends. You said Jackal Guard or Black Flag? To be honest, between the two, they are literally the same thing, except one is the higher version of the other. One costs more. The other one is, like, again, cheaper. Progression-wise, Black Flag can still get you through and get you to X point, but Jackal is better, technically. Jackal Guard is better. It's a higher cost, though, to build them. But yeah, Jackal Guard, like, once you get Jackal Guard, if you can afford to just build one up, then it could definitely help. But I would, oh, he was answering you. Oh, my bad. Okay, my bad. I'm like sitting here like, I don't know. I'm yeah, my bad. He said, I know you got asked earlier, but I might have missed it. What's a good replacement for Klaus? Klaus is like real replacement truly is Dinah. If you're talking about for Terra Matan, and specifically for her damage amp, you can either go the Heinrich route, you can go Dinah, or you can go, those are really the options. Those are really, like, honestly, the options. I think the closest emulation to Klaus is going to be Dinah. And even then, it's still not the same because Klaus actually has damage reduction. And she also has turn meter redistribute in her kit. So that's the main thing that changes between her and Dinah. Dinah is just all pure amp. She's all pure amp. So that's why I still like to run, if I am using Dinah, I still like to run her with Freya because it makes up for the turn meter as well. So I feel like Klaus is pretty unique. That's why I was struggling. Yeah, Klaus has a couple of different factors that make her really good. It's the damage reduction she has built into her ability, and then it's also the redistribute. So she can contribute to debuffing on a whole nother level. And then she also can physically move her enemies and give, you know, turn meter to her team. She has a lot of layers of utility. I feel like Klaus is definitely a very, very important unit for a lot of accounts. That's why when people are asking me like what would some of my like top picks be on like the selector, Klaus was in my top 5 just because like she really is a huge unit if you can get her. You said why is my team with crazy stats not one-shotting stuff? So what's his best gear set combo? Let me look at like somewhere where he's at. And also depends on marking as well too, I guess, but that and whatever debuffs you got going. So most of these teams, like, hold on, let me see if I can see a recent clear, right? All right, so this is what, a 119, and this is on Hell 4. What difficulty are you doing? Because I'm not even one-shotting anything. He hits really hard, but the thing that okay, so here's one of the things that a lot of people are like kind of leaving out when they say like, oh, the team one-shot stuff. He one-shot stuff in some content because it doesn't scale nearly as much, or it's not as hard as like some of the gear dungeons. And a lot of the gear dungeons, Lily is being used to facilitate rotation, and she's also being used to force procs follow-up attacks, right? So the thing that they're basically doing is they're using Lily to basically make him use his, like, let's see if it shows it here, right? Because if you're clearing it faster with the team, he by himself isn't going to be able to rotate fast enough. I can do Terra 4 in like an extra minute, so like 2-minute run. But if you're doing it less than that, somebody is helping him hit more often. He said if you use Lily, you don't even need to worry about marking. Yeah, like she facilitates those extra assist attacks too, and it's 100% chance, by the way, which is why it's kind of busted. So see, he's did his skill 3 twice, I think. You said, so no Lily, just reroll? No. Bro, if you reroll so that you can drop your clear by a minute, that's crazy. That's crazy work. If I'm being honest with you. Yo, congrats on that, Buddha. right, there we go. So yeah, that's like a run with a Lily, right? So she just kind of makes it. She just kind of makes it quicker, really. You said I ditched my level 50 account for Lily, never looking back. Oh man. Hey, whatever floats your boat. You said, oh look, the Freya. Tamatsu, I'm crying. Oh look, it's the Freya. Everybody said skip. Yo, that's funny. Hold on, let me see if I can show you guys a Shadow Sania run, right? Let's go to Inferno so you guys can see what's happening. So this is the Shadow Sania run. Oh, I wasted that first hit. Alright, it's up now. Watch how these dots go crazy. That's 2 dots. That's 4 dots. Extension. Alright, there's already 5 dots on there. Yep, let's just make it 6 for sport. All they gotta worry about is surviving, basically. And oh yeah, it's over when Sania like actually skills 3s. That's the other thing. He bought the Fate in a second. Watch. Oh, he's dead. Oh shit, bro! Like this, like bro, Dot is crazy. Like yo, what's his stacks? It's over. That detonation with Sania is nuts. It's nuts. You said why people throwing Hoden in there? Because Hoden is used there to strip immunity. You like Hoden, dude, the day he released, this is why I'm telling you guys, the thing I may at least do with most characters, you probably won't see a video from me on those characters at least until a couple of days in. Because a lot of people are like, oh, Hoden, he's PvP, he ain't gonna do nothing PvE. I'm like, bro, this man literally can do everything in PvE. Like, literally. And the thing is that the one thing that people are complaining about that they don't have is a stripper. They don't have a buff stripper. What does Hoden literally do in his skill 3? He strips buffs. So running him fast, and I think this is really what it was. I think a lot of people were looking at him just as what they could build him for PvP. So they weren't really thinking about running him fast because they were looking at it like, well, I'm just gonna run him like Bramble, Bulwark, Bloodbath, Unbreakable, and we're just gonna build him bulky. So at that point, you're not thinking about a turn 1 stripping unit. So you said, yeah, bro, yeah. People, I'm gonna be honest, dude. Like, to be honest, like, because a lot of people were saying that they they went and they like spent money to get Shadow Sania and to get Shiida. I don't know how true that is, bro. I had like one person really say that, and I was like, bro, if we're being 100% real, that was probably Shadow Sania is and was the character that was told to most players, I would argue 99% of players without a reason, that she was the worst character from the light and darks in the game. Period. And I'm willing to put money on that. Like that was 1000% what people were told. So it's not, and that's not even that's just a fact. I'm like, that is straight up a fact. That's not even like trying to be away. And like I said, when everybody would come here and be like, yo, should I reroll my Shadow Sania account? I kept saying, I don't think you should. They're like, nah, I need to start over. I'm like, hey, do what you gotta do, you know? So I don't believe for a second people spent money intentionally to get Shadow Sania. Like, I don't think they did that. Not at the point at which they were saying they were. I think now, after there's people making videos saying that that's what you should do, yeah, absolutely. I can see them doing it now, but I don't think they were doing it before. Like, that's why I was like, I don't know, man. Like, I think people just try to add more more fuel to the fire, just to make it like kind of almost like, you know, like when someone tells a story but they'll exaggerate it a little bit so it sounds better or more interesting to hear. That's what it kind of felt like. And I was like, I don't know, man, I don't know how true that is. These are the only people I know who did that at the very start, are Leviathans. But that's what I'm saying though, they weren't even necessarily intentionally going for Sania though. They were doing typical well things, like, you know, just getting every unit in the game. So like, that's what I mean by, like, if you're spending over a certain dollar value anyway, like, for example, like, let's take the homie Deity. He was just literally trying to get every character in the game. Like that, like he's spent well over $1,000 in the game. So he was like, I'm just trying to get everybody. I don't think it was really for the intent of like, oh, I'm gonna get the Shadow Sania. It was just like, hey, I'm gonna have everything so I can, because that's kind of the super well mentality. I'm gonna have everything, so if I need to do anything, I can just have it already, right? Like that's the mentality there usually. So you said so they got all the packs chasing her, but like when she's hotfix, said they didn't care. It's like, you know, some content creators are talking, seeing her trash, but as soon as the abyss hit, they're like, she's a god. I mean, but that also comes from it just is what it is. It comes with the space, right? Like when you test certain things, when you're able to see like the values of certain things, you'll know, right? But that's why, like, for me personally, I usually try to wait before, like, people like kept asking me today, Hoden and the Hoyan drop, are these units I have to summon, or are they must summon? So I'm like, I don't know, they just came out. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like, even if it's a unit I haven't really played with, I'm very like, I don't know, right? Or I'll ask one of the homies, like, if I know Scion plays something, I'll be like, yo, Scion, did you play it? Or a Deity, I'll be like, yo, like, you know, like, and it's just because, like, I don't want to stare somebody wrong and it'd be like, damn, like, that unit was actually really god tier, but he was like, nah, throw it in the trash can, you know? So that's what I mean. It's like, you said, nah, I was like, don't be home when we told him. Bro, listen, my thing isn't, it's not about being right. I'm just trying to make sure everybody's being helped. That's my only thing, right? And that's all it really is ever about. I don't care about being right. I just want to make sure that, like, hey, bro, like, whatever information we share, we need to all be collectively, like, on the same page so that people are getting somewhat similar information. It could be different, right? Different builds, different things, strategies, etc. are gonna appear, right? But I feel like it's just as far as the understanding or know-how with the characters. Yeah, that's always just really important to make sure that players are actually progressing and not feeling like they gotta, you know, quit or restart their whole account. You said, help me with $500, bro. I just gave away, like, what did I do? I ended up doing 3. Yeah, I gave 3 people enough currency to buy Hoyan and Hoden. So that was like $300. Like I was just like, hey, bro, like it was cool though. It was definitely really cool. You said help me with Hoden. Yeah, yo, Lonzo, I gotta hook you up anyway. I'm a definitely hook you up, bro. I'm gonna hook you up because you definitely did get trolled. I got you. I'm gonna definitely hook you up. And chat hearing me say it on stream, I'm gonna hook you up. I got you. You said, show my Valerian? Yeah, I'll show you. You said, I appreciate you for that. So I got my Hoden. Oh yeah, no worries. You, like, listen, that's the thing for me. You guys, like, honestly make this, like, more fun. So and that's always, I feel like that's every streamer's dream, like, to be able to, like, do things for their community and stuff like that. I think that's, like, every content creator's dream. So just being in the position to be able to do it is the coolest thing, man, honestly. You said people claim Sheeta is useless and unplayable now that she can't steal a clearly unstillable buff despite her highest sustain and second highest burst AoE in the game. Yeah, she's still usable. There's people still there's currently autoing the Doki like Hell 4s and stuff with her right now. Yeah, I mean, I just think that it's like to the extent of what it was doing versus what it is now. That's what that's being based off of, which, you know, yeah, it does fall more into the misinformation. But that's why I was saying, like, even with the Shadow Sania, it was becoming like You know, she's just like doo-doo butter and nobody is ever going to use her anywhere. Versus like just the actual application in the one area, which again, I get the one area, but I think it's just being more clear on that versus like, oh, the unit is just bad everywhere. Which is just far from the truth, because that character is literally like solo carrying people's accounts right now because of how she scales. Like, you said, yeah, people clear Inferno with the team. Yeah, the team, yeah, there's some people that like I said, it just depends on what you have on your account. Some people's accounts, it's more optimal for them to build one way. They might have different options, but yeah, it's some areas like same thing with Shadow Sania. There's some areas where in some parts of the game where she just doesn't work, right? And then characters like the team can, and then vice versa. She's better than him in those areas just because of how she scales. So I was under the impression she was nerfed. She wasn't playable. Yeah, really what happened was it was more so the content itself, but the word that got spread around was she got nerfed. It wasn't her that got nerfed. It was the Aurora stage itself. Or sorry, not the Aurora stage. It was the Aurora stage itself. So when they were saying, oh, she's nerfed to the ground, I'm like, well, I don't know. You said Shadow Sania is trash without Lily. To be honest, dude, you can literally facilitate the role of Lily with characters like Dorothy the Wisher. You can use, really honestly, anybody that's able to help with cooldowns or rotate properly. You just have to tweak it. Lily is more brain dead about it, though. That's the thing. But there are other characters that you can use instead. Yeah, so yeah, like, and the other thing is too is that Shadow Sania, really for what it's worth, people, once they get like certain things built up, she can fully operate on her own. What people are basically manipulating again with Lily is the assists, and they're also then if they can rotate into the cooldown turn, they get to take advantage of that cooldown turn. But yeah, to be honest, it's a huge help to make it quicker, but it doesn't mean that it can't be facilitated another way. So you can't replace Lily's skill 1 though. Said boosts Shadow Senia so much. No, it does help her boost, but it's not the only thing that helps. You said the core reason why Dot in this game is so broken is because of the max HP of the enemies, so you don't need to build damage to increase it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very, very true. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, even like down the line, I'm telling you guys right now, you guys are looking at it from the standpoint of where you at. I've played everything at max already. Lily is not required to get Shadow Sania to do that dot strat. It is not. Like, it is not. Like, the thing is that the problem a lot of players are having is that some characters are literally more optimal at certain parts of the progression cycle than others. But it's not the only way that you can do it. Because it's kind of like with my team, like again, it's kind of going into this yeah, and they're forgetting that, right? My number one recommendation typically tends to be her skill 3, and her skill 3 actually is one of the things that allows her to actually rotate detonate faster. You could pair her up with characters like with what we were using before it was just the Fangus Sania. Those two alone had stacked enough dots, and if you could rotate her skill 3 faster, then she would be able to detonate quicker. And so that was one of the things that you would try to like tweak to get her to do quicker, so you didn't have to worry about having to force proc and assist. The assists actually all used to come from just Fangus by himself. That was who was the assisting basically at that point. So everything else was just fairly quicker. You said you can make Shadow Sania rotate by herself with investment. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You said, wait, you're saying you can clear Inferno Sages with Lily and the dot team? You say you can? Yeah, she is used it. Yeah, you can, but you can also do teams without her as well. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be Lily. There's other characters that you can do it with. Yes. It absolutely is. Because even like with my team, right, and my setup, most people are looking at what I'm doing and they're like, well, how are you scaling? I'm just taking the time to actually invest in stuff. People are trying to go out the box into things and they're like, well, it doesn't work. Well, yeah, because you have no investment in it. Like, that's really what it boils down to. So like, if you're now talking about you have enough rotation, then you're fine. The problem is that, again, in the earlier investment, Remember this point I'm making. When you go out, like when you're looking at things from out the box, she makes it much easier for you to do things. But some characters might require a little bit more investment for you to be able to do it. Because the problem is that if a person never pulls a Lily, what are they going to do then? Right? They have to shift gears. Instead of saying, well, I don't have Lily, I quit the game. You have to build up other things and put a little bit more investment into it to make something else work. Even before, like, I think people are forgetting about things like Codex of Magic. When you get access to Codex of Magic, that completely changes how often your team can rotate things as well when they get a turn. So you said, Zox, you think it's better to use Artisan or Gigabyte on Hoden for Terra? I personally use him on Gigabyte for the cut, but it all depends on your setup, really, to be honest. I said go see the bookshelf. You said Obel, Codex of Magic. Yeah, Obel by himself, like if it wasn't for the harsh scaling, Obel would technically be able to stack the dots on his own. Technically, between him S3ing twice. You said that's why I'm giving it to Freya so I can double push back and ahead back to back. Yeah, that investment, it definitely helps a lot. You said, can you explain how Codex of Magic works? Codex of Magic basically will zero out your skill cooldown cost so that it doesn't actually use it. So you basically get to do whatever skill that character starts out with. If you're looking from an auto standpoint, they get to do it twice. So like if they S2 or S3 first, they do it twice. And then it goes into an 8-turn cooldown. Now they adjusted Codex of Magic because Codex of Magic was probably the most broken shell in the game. So they readjusted it to where it only it cools down after 8 turns, and you can't reduce its cooldown with any character skills. So that and Amber, they kind of adjusted that for. But yeah, before you could literally rotate a character like potentially 3 times on a skill 3, which is kind of nuts. But yeah, it was kind of a necessary adjustment, to be honest. But yeah, that's essentially what it does. So in some setups, some players might, for what it's worth, they might just go Codex of Magic to make a character do something twice because it'll allow them to maybe, I don't know, push their team further or whatever it might be. It depends on what the character's doing. But again, we have enough counter shells that you'll rarely ever see. You'll probably never see a whole team of Codex of Magic. And it's just simply because, like, if somebody builds against that team setup, like say the person's like, oh, I'm a Codex of Magic, and dot them to death or like stun lock them. But then that person builds Alicorn and like, I don't know, like they build into Bulwark and like Alicorn or something. Then you got to deal with that. And so like now you're getting your stuff all mitigated. And then on top of that, whatever is on them, they can also straight dispel. So that was something I even had experience. Like one of the guys I lost to in one of the tournaments I did, he beat me just on the strength that he literally could dispel all my debuffs. And it wasn't his characters that was doing it. It was his pets. He had a whole team of Alicorns. And I was like, okay, like... He said, so isn't it bad when she procs her S3? Because when you stack dots again, instead of just using S1, S2 on repeat, having a constant stream of 10 dots. So here's the thing. S1 gives her passive more dot stacks, right? Her skill 3 can be lowered down to, what is it? I think it's 4 turns. Or is it less than that? It might be 4 turns, if I remember correctly. Oh no, 3 turn. Okay, let's talk about this. A max skill 3 goes all the way down to 3 turns, right? What this means, if she has her skill 1 invested, and this is what I made the statement, I was very clear when people first asked me about Shadow Sania, and if you wanted her to be self-sufficient, you have to build into her skill 1, and you have to do her skill 2, or skill 3. Reason why is because this increases her passive stacks so that she can stack more on her own, right? The other thing is too, is it increases duration. The other thing that she has is her skill 2, which extends turns as well. So she can stack more, she can extend the duration, and then she could detonate them quicker. The reason why being able to stack more or being able to detonate faster is not an issue is because if you detonate them, you can always just reapply them, and she's still on a 3-turn cooldown. Within 3 turns, you're still hitting with your skill 1, you're still going to be extending whatever dots you have, and then she rotates into another into another detonation. The thing that can mess this up though is if you have someone that's cooling down. That'll mess up your rotation a little bit. And so then you'll have to tweak on that. But a 3-turn cooldown is more than enough time if she's paired up with someone else to be able to have enough dots to re-detonate it all, right? So to be honest, it definitely makes it much, much faster. And that's why if you notice, they did 2 skill ups for the skill cooldown on purpose. Because for her to be at her optimal, she needs to be at 3 turns. If you're gonna try to facilitate her detonating properly within a certain turn window. Like even having the 1 skill cooldown is kind of off a little bit. It says, so that mess up with going S1, S2 max. So S2 is just basically damage. So that's the thing with the S2. It's a good thing to drop this down to 3, but to be honest, it's not really required, really. Like not over the detonation proc. The detonation proc is huge with her. Because again, if you hit max stacks, then you can always just reset it. It allows you, it's with the intent that you're stacking faster so you can reset it. So that's the main thing. Skill 1, I would say generally is always going to be first if you're like pairing her up with like the Lily. And that's just so that it just makes it to where you get more stacks in general. But the 3, the skill 3 and being able to detonate is nasty if you're able to stack enough quickly and then it just resets it all. So then you're just basically able to start stacking again. Because the other thing is too, is like, you know, like I said before, it just all depends on what you have. You said, is it worth spending a reset to fix? I mean, you don't have to. I mean, if you plan on building Shadow Sania, it's fine. I don't see a reason to reset her if you don't have to. You said, I feel like they might change how dot works as a whole to make more bosses immune to dots. Yeah, in the future for sure. Because if too many players are playing into one thing, that's usually what happens. They got to change the direction of what people are building so that the game isn't just all one thing. But yeah, you don't have to like go too crazy about it, I would say. Unless that's the only thing you have on your account that you want to reset. But I mean, other than that, I would say hold on to it just in case if there's something else that you want to reset. Because Shadow Sania works, to be honest. Yeah, that's a thing. Because I got Messiah. What skill should I prioritize? Skill 3. Skill 3 on him. You said because if dot damage is based off of max health, then they're literally immune to health inflation. Yeah, that's another thing too. Is like, I mean, again, like, it only gets stronger the higher up they go. That's why I said like with some of the bosses they did like scorings, and so they don't actually have HP. So that's why dot doesn't work there because there's no actual HP. So you said, do we need to nerf dot to force people to use other things in Inferno, or do we buff other units for creativity? I don't see there necessarily being a need to nerf dot everywhere, right? Like, I think there's some areas that dot should work and some areas it just shouldn't. I just think that that's the way it should be, and that's how most games are structured. The one trick pony, I use a team every single place I go. I mean, that just to me is kind of, again, going more towards what we try to strive out of with a lot of games, is not making paywalls, like, because that's what you start to push more towards. If I don't have this unit, like, what do I do? Oh, it has to be that unit, like, you know what I mean? That's why I said a lot of it is really is more so time, because a lot of it is this, right? There's a lot of people getting to these dungeons first, and they're like the whales, and so people are like, oh well, if there's no other thing showing it, there's no other way to do it. That's not necessarily true. Because a lot of the times, whales aren't necessarily the people that are the most intuitive when it comes to figuring out how to clear content. They just are at a place where it's like, I have enough to upkeep certain amounts of currency to output and spend. And a lot of them, if they're especially in the exact same, like same unions and stuff like that, if one person does it, more than likely they're gonna say, hey guys, I'd use this. And then everybody's like, I bet we building that. And everybody's gonna go and build that just to make it to where nobody has to really like sit there and think about, you know, trying to make a whole, like, let me do it my way. Like, no, we're a union. We're going to try to do this together. And like, whoever comes up with the better strategy, that's what we'll all adapt. That's usually the thought process. A lot of the times there might be some variances in that based off of what people have. But if you're spending top dollar and everybody's spending top dollar in your collective group, or at least somewhat relatively close to, everybody's going to have the ability to some degree to kind of build relatively close to each other. So when you have that as like kind of the mentality of what like people that are hitting things first, usually you will see one thing. But then give or take a few days from now, after there's been more people catching up to those things, you'll start seeing a whole bunch of other stuff that's working. There was like, for example, True Evil made a video showing Rahu clear. Now this is after people were but go Zox, I don't think Rahu can do it. He can't. And then you know what people are now all running? Rahu trying to clear Doki Doki, right? But it took for somebody to actually showcase it so that people actually would start doing it, right? But I had been saying to people, hey, Rahu, like he can do it, like, you know, but they needed to see it. And also I would say even for the measuring of like stat lines and stuff like that, right? And I think that that's what you're kind of gauging against. The first things that actually infiltrated Doki Doki weren't bulkier teams, they were speed clear teams. They were Ramokas. So when people seen the teams, and they're like, ah, man, I got to replicate that. That's what made a lot of people actually pull the trigger for Ramoka. Really? Because they seen that, oh, well, that's the fastest cleared. Well, I'm going to try to aim for that, right? Not necessarily that it was even the most consistent at that point in time or what was really required for somebody to do it. So you'll hear often a lot of the times somebody will say like, Zox, I tried to replicate that team, but I literally did the exact same thing and I can't replicate it. And I'm like, that's why it's like, sometimes it's like you can look at something, but actually watching it or knowing exactly why that team is working is really important. So like I could look at like the homie Leviatra was up here. I don't know if he was up here anymore. I don't think he was the first on Inferno. I think he was like one of the first for Terror Hell. But when he was up here the other day, I was able to look at his whole team and I could tell exactly who was doing what and why they were doing it. That just comes with like experience and like understanding the units. And that's why I said like, depending on, is that recent clears I was looking at? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, he's still up here. So like I was able to look at his team and I knew exactly what he was doing. Like to the T. And I even asked him, I said, hey, did I explain that correctly? And he's like, yeah, exactly. He's like, that's literally what it is. But the thing is that day that he cleared this, he was at a whole different point in terms of like unit investment, account progress. Like he was at a whole different point. Most free-to-plays weren't nowhere near close to where he was, you know? I think the issue is efficiency. On the other gacha games, you can clear hard content with 4 stars, SSRs, but it's almost effective with the resource slider to average players / average account. Yeah, that's why I said like even for my account, like it's either I play into, which I could, right? I could just play into everything that everybody else is playing into, right? I could just right now, if I really wanted to, I can just reset who I want to reset. Build up a Lily if I really want to. GG, right? And I mean, I'm still gonna build my Lily up, but I'm just kind of like going with the natural progression of where my account is right now. But the other thing is too is like when other units come out, like or even the units that exist within the game, I always say it's a bad design if only one thing can clear it. So it's kind of like even with the setup for Inferno before, the only character who was actually like able to really do the strip and do it well was Dating, or not Dating, what's his name? Heinrich. Heinrich was like the only one that could really do it. And that was actually like kind of concerning because I was like, dang, like if Heinrich is the only one that can do it, that's gonna kind of make him like a must have. But since that, they've implemented other characters that actually make it even better. So I was thinking like, okay, well, the change for Veronica definitely helps her in PvP, but the change for Veronica actually makes her a lot better to facilitate that fight in PvE too. And it actually is she's one of the top units used in there right now. And that's one of the things is like, you know, having the options. I just think that a lot of it is just people building it and then having the right combination and the right rotation. And then you kind of can make any other team work. You said reroll got Heinrich. He's now sitting at 5 stars unused. Yeah, I mean Heinrich is good, but I feel like more than not, more players will get more use out of Heinrich once their account is built up more, because that's also the problem. And this is what a lot of the basis of a lot of content coming out, where the problem is really rooted, as a lot of things were simply tested from the top and not from the bottom, right? So He said, how'd I get that skin? I bought it. Yeah, this is his paid skin from the pack. You have to buy it. It's like $10. But yeah. Yeah, I like the character enough where I bought it. I still haven't even bought Messiah's yet. But oh, my holding build, my bad. Yeah, right now it's on effect, crit, and effect accuracy right now. Said quick question. I'm level 26. I have a full dot team, Inferno team, Terra. Wait. It said, okay, you have a full dot team. You said for Terra, Sheeta, Freya, and just pulled Hellkid. I still have selector banner. You said what I need for my account. So you're doing a dot team for Inferno Terra, which means that you don't need to focus on Terra Matan at all. Freya is actually still going to be good on your account, by the way. She actually does Doki Doki and Terra Matan very well, but she also is used in other aspects of the game. Like, she's actually, now that I'm kind of thinking about it, Freya is what I would call, and I don't know if the term actually exists in anything else, Freya is actually a turn meter battery. That's what she is. Like, now I'm thinking about it, she's a turn meter battery. And really the thing about her is that she just needs to be on the field. That's the crazy thing about her. So she just gives you turn meter no matter what. Like, whatever you do, you get turn meter. That is like how she kind of operates. So I would say a very important character for you to have pulled. Hellkid is great for facilitating more sustain in certain strats and certain setups. So he's actually pretty good, but not anything that's going to help you with your Doki. I would definitely say from what you're missing, yeah, Klaus is a really big one, I would say, but it really depends on what else he doesn't have. What SSRs are you missing is kind of the question. Because I would say, like, Klaus is a pretty big one, to be honest. Yeah, Klaus is like, yeah, Klaus works extremely well with Freya because of that. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that is definitely a really really important thing. But that's the thing about Freya that makes her so good is she works in buff and debuff teams. That's why I said, like, universally, she's a top tier character. You could put her in any team. Like, oh, you want to go full buff? She works. You want to go full debuff? She works. You want to do mix? She works. Like, that's why I said, like, even, like, you know, the attribute exclusive content, she's gonna be probably one of your main units you're using for rotation. You said, what's a good first time being in this chat? How are you doing? Yo, what's up, Shav? How you doing, fam? You said Freya and PvP scares me. Yeah, bro. Sion got a crazy Freya right now too. So are you saying your stamina, saving your stamina refills for the 2 times or still grinding with them? No, I'm saving them for the 2 times. Like right now, like, because here's the thing, right? This is the mentality. And logically what this means, right? Saving your pots is fine. Like, it really at any point. Because no matter, like, let's say you have 50 stamina pots and you decide to blast 50 stamina pots in one day. Whatever that gap was of, like, lack of stamina pot usage, you would fill that gap, right? Now, again, the initial push was all about trying to unlock content, but now the amount of XP that you need per level is 1,000, right? So one of the things that I was looking at with that is like, well, I'm still refilling for the standard stamina, but I'm just saving my pots because that's just all stamina that can go into the 2 times event. And it's not going to change the fact that right now that's 2,000 plus EXP. So I'll still hit another 2 levels whenever I decide to use that. So, like, I'm not rushing my pots at this point. And because they confirmed it is also why I started saving. Because there was no confirmation before. So I was like, well, I mean, kind of doing whatever versus like holding on to them for it to maybe never happen. But yeah, now that they've confirmed it, yeah, I'm using it now or saving them now. You said, I'm sad about the Rahu thing you said, because he was one of my first units, and eventually I used the selector for Ramoka, which could have easily been Klaus. Hindsight 2020 just goes to show copying ideas without fully understanding the game can hurt. Yeah, I mean, that's why I would, like, for what it's worth, every stream I try to help people where they're at, not necessarily trying to tell them, oh, you got to go get this. It can help, right? Sure. But I think that, like, especially in the earlier phases of the game, I really felt like you got more out of your account if you did as many pulls as you could. And I know there's some people that was like, oh man, like, I wish I would have had more pulls saved for like Hoden Hoyan. But like, if we're being real, a lot of it would have been 2 factors. You either wouldn't have been able to really build them because of resources itself, or if I'm being honest, out of the two, I feel like Hoden gives the most value to a person's account PvE wise, which is really what most free to players are still trying to facilitate on their accounts. So it's just that, because that really is the thing that's going to keep people, because the thing is that I like when you play these games long enough, the thing you want to try to do is keep people playing long enough so that they can get to X goal or X thing. Because if you make it all about like just like, oh, I have this or I have that, you already lose people at the re-rolling part. Like if somebody has to spend, 40, 50 hours to re-roll for something, that might already throw them off. And they're like, you know what? I'm not even interested in playing this game no more. And that's kind of one of the things. Like I feel like this game is set up to where like you're going to have different pain points on your account, and you're going to have to adjust as such and figure out what can you do. So before, like, remember, this is how it happened. The Ting became popular, right? Everybody, oh man, I needed the Ting. One shot this, I'm gonna one shot that. I'm gonna build my Ting. Cool, I'm gonna build it like, right? Everybody one shot. Everybody that don't have a Ting feel bad, right? Then now we're in the Shadow Sania hype, right? Now everybody's like, yo, I got a Shadow Sania, but I ain't have a Ting. Oh, he's getting built, right? Now everybody's building their Shadow Sanias, and then the people that don't have Shadow Sanias like, oh man, I wish I had Shadow. You see what I'm saying? It's literally the same cycle over and over and over. There's always going to be something that's predominantly popular or something that does something really well, and you're not gonna have everything, especially if you're free to play. Like that's just what so it's like you might as well get used to that feeling, because it's gonna happen. People are gonna have some sleeper unit that in one of the adjustments that they make, the character was like, oh, bench him, or don't do nothing with him, or somebody might have re-rolled, and then that character gets buffed in a patch, and now that character's a god. Dude, you know what threw me off? When I went back to E7, and there were like a lot of the RGB units that were absolute garbage the last time I played were all relevant in the current meta. And I was like, holy crap. So it made my, what would have been busted account when I last played, not even a good account anymore. Because it just was the adjustments that happened. So that's why I say a lot of the times it's good to just have whatever you have, because in the peak points or moments where something is really good in a game, you might have a point in time where it's like, all right, I don't have this, it sucks, but it might be another time where you one of the few people that got some crap, and it's like, everybody skipped that banner or skipped that unit or didn't think it was a good investment, and now that unit is buffed beyond imagination, and now you're clapping whatever the next thing is. So I think it's that, right? Like it's always like that, and it's like that in every game. It's like that in every game. So I feel like that's the thing. It's like kind of take it for what it is. It's like, hey, I don't got this right now, but you're gonna have moments where you'll be able to see other characters come to the forefront and do like crazier stuff or be just as good. You said, wait, you said I gotta, you said I gotta glaze for a second, so you're putting out so much quality information. I feel like you're truly out trying to help people cooperatively, comparatively to other creators. Keep it up, man. I appreciate you. No, I appreciate that. I mean, no, listen, my thing is that I'm really not the only good CC, like, right? Like, I think that's the thing. There's a ton of CCs that are really putting in a lot of effort to try to make sure that players are able to progress as seamlessly as possible. You know, it's not just me. There's other people, even the guys that worked on the wiki, stuff like that. Like, there's a ton of great dudes. Neva, Ragewood, Scion. You got True Evil. Dude, when I put up True Evil's video, people were literally in the comment section was like, oh my God, you just shared my secret plug. And I was dying because I was like, yo, really? They're like, yo, like, how you gonna share him? Like, he was the go-to for all the information. I knew if I went to him, nobody else was gonna have that information. But I was like, but I seen him, I came across him on the algorithm. And the first video I seen, I watched it a little bit and I was like, dude, this is a really, really good video. And he took his time. He was explaining everything extremely well. And I was like, dude, I gotta bring this guy on the channel. So that's why I did the collab with him. And he did that video. And that's why I gotta shout him out. He did that video with the flu. Like, I don't think people realize that. He was actually sick the entire podcast we did it, but he was just so hyped to do it. I was just like, hey man, like he was sick the entire video. So that was just like, again, like you know, one of those things. Sturby, which I feel like Sturby puts out insane information when it comes down to facilitating and really trying to get your account acclimated for PvP, understanding strategies. How do you build a bruiser team? How do you build a cleave team? Like, these are the things that are like what I'm looking at when I'm looking at creators putting out content. I'm gonna definitely try to have more people on the channel, because there's other people I've like seen and came across. I just haven't had the chance yet. But yeah, there's a lot of people that's actually really putting out good content. It's just some people aren't visible, right? Like, it's just how YouTube's algorithm is. And I feel like the thing is that for the dudes on top, it's important that we pull those guys up. Because if the goal really is to make sure people are getting good information, I don't care if you get the information from me. I just want the information to be good. Like, that's it. I don't think there's any hate in that. That's all love at the end of the day. Because I like, hey, I don't care if you watch me. I want you guys to be able to enjoy the game, because that means you're going to play longer and you're going to be having more fun, you know? So that's all it is. So that's why I try to connect with people that are like-minded like that, and that just want to make sure people are having a better time in the game. So do you believe the easiest way to fix the game's balance is by removing the softened rages? So basically when bosses get buffed after a set number of turns, maybe they could extend the time between them. That's always something that does kind of lighten the load. I think the problem is testing, right? So like what we're experiencing right now is via testing parameters, right? So in the test, we push the limits. And I think that's the thing. That's the thing that I think players that did play the betas, we have to all acknowledge that. The reason that we have certain things the way they are is because we did certain things, right? So a lot of things were a lot easier. Like, even like, let's take the turn meter thing, right? Turn meter push was so busted with Marvel and Kraken. You didn't need any other character but those guys. And you could just full send rotate whatever it was in the game. Like, you could literally just rotate whatever it is that you want in the game. They get rotated. That was in PvE. That was in PvP. You knew if you seen, and this is what was happening. People weren't even building Marvel. They were leaving him at level 1, 3-star, putting him on a team comp, and we're still beating people. Like, that's how oppressive it was. All it was like, oh, he needs to be a little bit faster, you win. Like, that's how the fight would go, basically. And then within that 2-week period, you don't have enough time for people to evolve into the counter build. So, I mean, essentially it is. Again, I know that the Shadow Sania stuff, and it's just because I know when I was there for it, I'm like, I know I was one of the contributors to Shadow Sania being like the way she is now, because the first content I put out on Etheria Restart was dot detonation, showing me waxing all the PvE content, showing me clean. Like, I had a PvP setup with dot. Like, the values were also much different too. Like, our units, like Ashu was way faster in CBT1. He was stupid fast. Like, it made 0 sense. So I was actually opening with an R rated unit. So they're seeing these things, and again, it was the beta, so I wasn't really thinking too much about it. I was just having fun, like, honestly. And they was like, yeah, oh, nah, yeah, like, nah, absolutely not. That's what they was like, okay, yeah, nah, we need to change that. And then you got to consider too, it wasn't just me, it was also CN players doing stuff too. So yeah, that definitely affected the game for sure. And so like each beta that happens, and that's why I think like a lot of the times, what I've at least noticed with a lot of games development, what they usually do is they aim higher, because it's always easier to say we're going to aim and push something higher than we're going to have something low and then try to raise its difficulty. I think that that's something that can make players more mad, is if something was super easy in official release, it was super easy, and then now you try to raise the difficulty. That's something that can kind of be like, right? But if it's higher, it's always, and this is just a psychological thing. If it's high and I lower it, are you going to be mad at me because I lowered it and it was hard? No, you're not going to be mad at me. You're going to be like, you know what? That was so hard. Thank you. versus the latter. Which is why I got the sentiment about the difficulty of like Aurora changing for some people that were using the Shadow Cinia, for example, right? I completely got it. But that's usually how they do it. And I noticed that across every game, that's usually how they go. When a new piece of content comes out, it's never just like, oh, that was mad easy. It usually comes out mad imbalanced. It'd be mad hard for no reason. You'd be like, why is this so hard? And that's like, then it's like, all right, guys, we made it a little bit easier. We made it a little bit easier again. Like it's always easier to start with a high ceiling and lower its ceiling versus having a low ceiling and then trying to raise it. It's just more well received at that point. It's that they could always add another level that's harder if it's too easy. I mean, they could, but then that also adds another layer of potential grind, right? So what do you add to make that stage more of a benefit to farm? So like, let's say right now, right? Everybody goes out of their way, they go crazy. We get into Inferno. And then let's say a month from now, they decide to add, I don't know, Purgatory. Like, you know, like let's say they add Purgatory, right? At that point, there's two things that's gonna come out of that. It could have new sets, you could have better drops, but that you said, brother said Purgatory. Hey, listen, that's probably what's gonna be called, right? But at that point, we got to now think about what's the jump to get into that. And even that, a lot of the times, like you might think, and I've seen that happen a lot, where you might be like, yo, I got a built up account, I should be able to do it. And then you really don't got a built up account to do it. Like, so I think like that's the other thing too, is that like when you add more layers for people to aim for, that could be nice for the grind, but that also starts to further emphasize and make players feel like the game is becoming more pay to win. Like they'll be like, ah, man, like I gotta get here, but it was already hard enough to try to get here. Now I got to try to get here. Like, you know, so I think that that's kind of the thing. Like usually with those types of content, you got to give people enough time to be able to get to it. So if it happens within a certain amount of time and it makes sense, I don't really think it's a bad idea. But if you're doing that like too quickly and people aren't really able to prepare for it, that's when it doesn't really make sense. So I think the thing is that, like I said, it's not me saying that this is what they should do always, but I'm just saying, like, for what I've noticed, most gaming companies do that, where they always go high ceiling and then lower, versus just having it be either where they want it to be or having it extremely low and then trying to raise it. Because the other thing is too they could just implement another difficulty. That is something they could absolutely do, but I just feel like they don't seem to tend to do that so early in the lifespan of a game. They usually will do that much later, unless they're Astra Knights of Veda. Oh man, I swear they hated us. They was like system on top, and that experience really was like, oh yeah, nah, they do not need to add more gear or systems until people actually are like really honestly acclimated into the game. Because like Astra added a Halo system. They had what they had wings. They had they shifted the mythical gear. Then they said, oh, your mythical gear can roll an extra sub and be boosted. I was like, oh brother, this is a lot. Like it was crazy. Look, Lonzo laughing at me, but he knows it's true. Yeah, the L Cid, like it was definitely a rough transition for a lot of players, and it caused a lot of players to actually quit. Some people stuck with the game, but it caused a ton of people to actually quit because it was just way too much crammed all at once. And what's crazier is all those things I just named, which wasn't even all of them, those all came in less than a 3-month period. Like I would say like 3 to 6 month period. It was less than 3 months. Chat, wasn't that like a 2-month period? 2-3 months? We got all that crap? like bruh. Like, yo, it's game not even like it happened so fast. I was like, holy crap, like how do we do this? You said every new equipment is just more power or pay to win. Yeah, that is true. I mean, again, if you look at certain games, if you look at like, say like Raid, they do new equipment types all the time. But whenever they first drop a new equipment type, it's always accessible to whales first. Which, respectively so, I get it, because they need to make money. So I get it, right? It's still a gacha. But that's always how that's always how it goes. And then after some time, and I mean a lot of time, it becomes more accessible to some of the other players, right? So it is just really all dependent upon that. It's really all dependent upon that at the end of the day. So I'm not opposed to it. I'm like, hey, if it can make sense, if they can make it make sense, then I'm cool with it. But if it's gonna cause more pressure, which I feel like even right now, a lot of players on average, okay, let me put it to you this way. If you're clearing right now Hell 4 and Inferno even, you're probably in the top 5% of the game. Right now, currently. Most people are still trying to figure out how they're gonna clear Hell 1, right? So you got to think about that. So a lot of people are still trying to work their way up. A lot of people probably haven't even passed level 30 yet. There's probably some people that are still trucking along to level 30. And there's some of us that are sitting at level 50, like say 40 something to 50. Yeah, 1,000%. Because even like when you look at certain numbers, it makes sense. Because then you also have to think about it. Once you get to a certain point, who's at level 55? Like, and this is again, considering our server, because Asia's a day ahead of us, but a lot of people within the collective group of players that actually play this game aren't necessarily going to be at those points. You said most players don't even follow guides. Yes, so this is why I said what I said about the whole ego thing the other day in the video I made. When I actually came to the realization that most of the community is not on YouTube, that changed my entire perception of my thought process and opinion. Like, that's the thing. Like, it changed everything for me, because I was like, dang, like I thought I had more impact than I did. Not saying I don't have any, but I don't have nearly as much impact as I do. So like, think about bigger games, like say like Hoyoverse as a whole. A percentage is on YouTube. There's so much of that community that does not watch any YouTube. They don't watch anything on YouTube. There's a percentage on Reddit, and then there's a percentage on Twitter, and then there's a percentage on other forums, whatever it may be. But yo, I am telling you, there's so many people that just straight play games and they don't even watch nothing. Like, they don't watch anything. I've met people that play Genshin and they're like, who's TECTONE? I've had people say that to me before, and I'm like, oh wow, but like that's kind of like different. Like I never thought I didn't think anybody wouldn't know. Like, but there's people that literally don't know who these people are. They don't know who an Invosity is. They don't know. They're like, who's that? They're like, but I play Genshin. I love that game. Like, so that's the thing. It's like, you're not really as known as you might think. Granted, it might be a lot of people, but not as many as you might think, like really make up the vastness of a community. And so, we're definitely like, you said like half the community is around like level 40. Yeah, those are like the groups of us that's like, yeah, day one, we're gonna push crazy. We're gonna get there. And I would say, yeah, most people are like just kind of trucking along, chilling, you know. You said my wife is one of those people. Yeah, I mean, that's how it is. My fiance doesn't know anything about who does what. She knows that I'm a YouTuber, and she knows a couple of my friends that do YouTube. So like, she knows Scion, and she knows Deity. She knows a couple of other people too. But if I bring up other names, she's like, who's that? And she be playing the games right with me sometimes. But she don't actually like, yeah, like anyone that's in like the upper 50s and stuff, like you're in a very small percentage. You know, like you're in a very small percentage of the actual players that are at that point. And so you're even doing and have access to some dungeons. Like even if you're at level 50 right now, you have access to a whole bunch of stages that people just don't have access to. If you're pushing 55 or at 55, then you're at a whole different, like, you're doing other stuff right now, right? Or you have access to other stuff. So like, yeah, where you're at in the game is just significantly different. You said it's the difference between fans that listen to an entire album versus fans that listen to the hit songs. Yeah, that's usually that's actually a good analogy. Damn, I like to steal that one. Yo, you said they enjoy themselves. I'm around, so well, I'll be salty. I ain't OP, huh? Dude, I'm telling you, that's been like the best thing for me is like just checking out sometimes and just simply getting on. Like, bro, I still get on Wuthering Waves when I can. The only time I talk to anybody about Wuthering Waves really is like Scion, and we'll be talking. And really, we don't even talk about meta. We don't talk about any of that. What he'll say is, yo, this new character came out. He'll send me a message. It'll be the PV for the character. I'm enjoying the PV. You could ask me anything about what's going on with that game. I couldn't tell you. They'd be like, oh, what, you see this? I don't know. Because whenever I get on the game, I'm literally just playing the game. I don't know what strategies are optimal. I don't know who trying to use who with who. I don't even know what gear to put on the character. I'm just figuring it out on my own. And that has actually made that game, a game I decided to actually stop playing. It made it something that I actually got back into, and I just like kind of get in there and I just play it. Like, and it's fun for me at that point too, because I'm not just like, I'm not intaking a whole bunch of other information, and sometimes it gets like mixed in with information that has nothing to do with the game. Like, I'm just straight gaming at that point, you know? You said fiance rolling off the tongue. I'm sleep. Yeah, now it is. Yeah, I'm getting more used to it. It's hard to transition from girlfriend to fiance. You said I'm level 55, only now able to beat Hell 4 on manual, so I feel like I'm way behind what I should be for my level. Nah, you're not. I'm 51. I just beat Hell 4 myself, and that's only on Terra Matan. I'm still on Hell 2 on the other 2 difficulties. Hell 1 on Aurora, right? Like, I mean, 1, I haven't really pushed it, but I was also farming a lot of my base stuff first, getting that out the way. So then as I'm pushing up, I'm not having as much time struggling, because I'm just literally moving stuff around, and then it's like, okay, I can get that to work maybe. You know, so like, I think that's the thing. It's always nice when you can see like, okay, that person's not even there yet. So I'm not like, you know, I'm not really struggling as bad as I think I am. And even for the people that are doing certain things, you got to ask about the consistency of it too. Are they manually, and how consistent is it on auto, right? Like, that's the other thing. You said I beat Hell 4 Doki yesterday. So there really isn't a set pace for this. Just do things when you can within your own resources. Yeah, very true. Because the other thing you have to factor too is like, even some people might have to spend an extra day farming something over you, or vice versa, because you had because they weren't getting the optimal drop they were looking for. Like, I know there was like one day in particular where people were trying to get like their White Fang to transition their sets, and they weren't getting the set that they needed. Like, that can happen. RNG can just straight up be like, yeah, nah, fam, you good. And then you got to maybe wait a day, right? So like, that's going to happen to everybody at some point. And so, you know, you just have to kind of take it for what it is. You said, I feel like they could have delayed the unlock for Hell 3 Inferno by like 5 levels or so. Oh, you mean like push it back some? I honestly am not opposed to that thought process, just because I think it would have made people more... a little bit more patient with like trying to farm up more of the stuff that they need to, because it's like, I can't get to that point yet. But the other thing is too, is like, I think it's also like kind of one of the pain points of a gacha is that they're going to give you assistance up to a certain degree. So the thing is like, especially in the earlier stages, they're going to help you up to a certain point. Cause it's like, all right, we kind of gave you the hyperlink charter. We kind of give you a generalized idea. Now you go play. Like that's literally what it is. So you go play from there. And I think like a lot of the times that's kind of almost banking on the fact that people are just going to make like certain decisions. And that in turn leads to like people doing things like maybe refilling a little bit more or whatever it may be. So it's kind of a normal thing I've at least seen in gachas where they do that. And then as time progresses, they got more units in the game. They got like certain things going on. Watch what's going to happen. We're going to get a beginner's reset. The hyperlink charter is probably going to be completely revamped. It's going to actually end up having characters put into it so that it could build up teams for people, or help people build teams, or facilitate them getting like on the right track for like getting certain teams done. It's going to happen. Because I even think about like early days E7. I don't think we had that. I don't think that existed. And we're being honest, I don't think so. Unless my memory is just lapsing like that. Yeah, I don't think they had that. And now the beginners have the best start ever on E7. Like, they get everything. They literally just give you a whole team now. But even when you look at like a year or two before, they were giving you like parts of the team, and it was like a pretty okay. Like now they just give you everything. They said, oh, we released Brieg. Here's Brieg, right? Like they're giving you some of the best units to help you like kind of clear that content. So that's gonna come. That's definitely gonna come. You said I could see that in like a year or so. Yeah, I would say that sounds like a good amount of time. So just like Summoner's War, yo, dude, I think people forget about that. Freaking Dark Ifrit. That was implemented, right? That was implemented because people couldn't clear stuff. It was that hard to summon stuff within the game, so they implemented the fusion for Dark Ifrit. I remember when that got implemented because that literally changed the game for everybody. Like that character made so much stuff easier because they gave that character basically a way for people to get from the fusion. And that was like such a big deal at that point. It was like you ask anybody where you at in the game, and next question, did you do your Ifrit fusion yet? Like it was always like one of the first couple of questions that you would ask. You said the middle ground could be a separate balance between PvE and PvP. So leave PvE alone, and when entering the arena, there are character changes solely for that mode. I know some games do that too, and that's more work involved as well. I mean, they could do something like that, but it's definitely more work. It's definitely more work because you got to code everything for that, and then you have to. You're basically almost in a way you're kind of building like two separate games at that point, because you have to build for interactions in PvP and how things scale and work, and then you have to build things and program it for interactions in PvE. Yeah, that's definitely something. If they could pull that off, that'd be kind of crazy. But yeah, you're really developing like a whole nother game at that point too, because PvP, especially if it's going to be the basis of your game, that's a lot. We should make an ultimate beginner guide for people who need step by step to make it into Inferno. I'm probably going to start over at some point. I just had to give it a little bit of time before then. And yeah, I'm probably going to start over completely. And I'm going to try to make the series. I'm going to try to see what I have some propositions I'm going to bring to the devs about some things. If something like that could be implemented a lot sooner, I think it would actually be helpful. Like, to be honest, I think it'd actually be helpful. He said another con for that too is players have to know the characters and know how they work differently in PvP and PvE. For the casuals, I'm sure that can be a turn off. Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah, that is true, because information already is so vast. So it's like now having to know, like, well, you only scale like this in PvE, but then the scaling is this in PvP. Yeah, information. It's called information overload. Information overload is absolutely a thing. So yeah, that kills it for a lot of people too. Yeah, that definitely kills it for a lot of people. Information overload, that is definitely a thing. And I think that honestly is probably like that's why people still don't play E7 the way that they should, because there's so many units in the game now. So like if you want to jump into really learning that game, you have to do what is that mode? It's the PvP mode where you can like basically use whatever you want. It's the draft mode. You have to do that mode if you really want to learn that game, like 1000%, because a lot of the stuff that you're gonna have, you're just not gonna have everything. And like in order for you to really understand that current meta, how things work, you got to play draft. Like you're gonna have to that, or a ton of RTA. And even in that, starting out, you're not going to have like a ton of options to rotate in for draft picks. So it's like that draft mode, like if you jump into like games like that, you got to play draft mode. Like you just have to, especially if you want to do well at the PvP portion of the game. So yeah, phone balancing changes in PvP could make PvE super hard, or vice versa. See the revelation thing in this first week. Yeah. So yeah, I keep thinking without putting the casual experience first. Yeah, that's the thing that kind of sucks sometimes, is like you have to, like that's what devs have to kind of like try to decide. So it's like, even with people like, and that's what I was trying to stop people with this game, because it's going to become the same thing like it is in E7. Like the expectation that you should pull for everything. Bro, you start pulling for everything, it's going to get to the point where you're just like, bro, like I have literally 50 units on my account and none of them are built. You're not going to know what to do. That's just overload at that point. the amount of characters that E7 even gives now, it's like, yeah, they give you a lot of stuff. They give you gear to build them, but you still are going to run into that, right? You're going to have units on your account that just ain't built. And you're just going to be sitting there looking at them. You said me right now. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's just like that. So the more that you have, the more characters that get added into the game and the longer the game is, it's going to be much harder for you know, casuals or newer players to get into the game. So they're going to have to implement more systems that actually carry people along the way, because it's just going to be more for them to consider and think about. So, you know, when you go from like, we only had 2 options or 3 options to do a piece of content to now you got 15, that's kind of rough, you know? You said I stopped playing E7 several months in because I was overwhelmed by information parallel. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I completely like get that. That's why I think like for me too, I try to simplify stuff, because it's like I could try to go super big brain and start talking about damage numbers and all that extra crap with certain things. But I also remember that there's some people that just don't give a damn about that. And not even just they don't give a damn, they don't want to care to process that. They just want to know what it is that they need to shift, what they need to invest in, what gear do I put on them, and call it a day. And not that that content doesn't do well, but I think like generally most people just kind of want to know what to do, how it works a little bit, and just go and do it, right? You say, yeah, similar to Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, they pretty much force you to build a solid team so you can beat the important fights where OG players need for months for it. Yeah, that's when I went on what was it, Dokkan? I streamed Dokkan a couple months ago. I think it was like probably a few months ago now. But it like force makes you to build this whole like team. But the team could literally carry you through the whole game, basically, for like the PvE progression push. It can literally push you for that. You said my Dyna? My Dyna is ungeared right now. My Dyna would basically be wearing the exact same gear as my Kloss, though. They shared gear. The Sand Saga free-to-play team. Yep. So yeah, I started a fresh account, and they literally make you go through that whole process. You got to level everybody up. You gotta just like do it in that fashion. I keep hitting my turning my light off. All right, there we go. Said, bro, I played with you on Dislike opening day a couple years ago, and I came back to your channel. I see you're still the most down to earth man. Cheers, brother. Hey, appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just who I am, honestly. But yeah, it's that, right? So I think that that's the biggest thing. It's like, how do we bridge that gap for players? And that's what I'm kind of even like observing. Like I'm seeing some of the issues players are running into. Some of it is like, I think also like some players, I think like it's just one thing I think is just information, like retaining information. So they're just like, you said that? I'm like, yes, I did. Then there's other people that might just simply don't understand. Like there's that. Like they're just like, bro, this game is so confusing to me. What really honestly helped me gauge that too, I was trying to explain something to my fiance, and she was like so like she wanted to understand what I was talking about, but she really didn't understand what I was talking about. And there's a lot of people that'll be on my videos that are like, dude, this is my first time picking up this type of game. It's fun, but I don't understand this. And I'm like, damn, if I was to have jump into a game like this, or like even an MMO for the very first time, like how confused would I be? Or how confused was I, when I got into this genre? And it's like, even with the interest I had, I was still confused, and it was still a learning process. So I think it's just really that. How can you make the learning process more simple for players? You said best DPS shell depends on the scenario, because Law of Silence is like used in very specific, like on very specific units. Count is best used on characters that need raw attack, so it's not necessarily just for DPS units. That's like best in slot for like characters like what's his name, Hellkid, and like units like what's his name, Born, because Born can't get any value from anything like from something like White Fang, for example, because White Fang increases crit damage. He doesn't crit. So you need and then you have to crit to use Revelation. You can't use that on Born. So it depends on the unit, right? So there isn't like necessarily just one set in stone, like, oh, that just like White Fang, I would say, is kind of the initial start though, because it's one of the first ones you have access to. And generally speaking, most units can crit. But you have a few exceptions where like even with Revelations works better on units that can multi-hit. So it's not necessarily the more optimal for certain types of units in the game based off of how they do damage. So same thing with Law of Silence. So Law of Silence is going to be a little bit more of a play when you're looking at, I would argue, like very niche and very specific scenarios in PvE, and more so I would say more so currently a play for PvP, because what that does is it makes your character go invisible. It's like a cloak, or it's like a cloak effect, and it reduces targeting of them, and also makes it to where they have AoE damage reduced. So to be honest, that actually kind of like even could be utilized on some supports. Like for example, like characters like say like we were just talking about Kloss, for example. You could throw something like that on a Kloss so that she doesn't get targeted. Like she would just be getting hit by the AoE, but the single target from the head, she wouldn't actually be targeted by the head anymore. So that might be something that people start to do. Ooh, I just kind of gave a strategy away to people just now. Yo, like, damn, I have to make that a video. Dude. yo, like, I was just thinking about that. Yeah, you could do something like that. Bro. Bro, I'm telling you, that's literally the thought process though. That's how you theory craft. You literally said do it quick, ninjas like yo, yeah, I gotta test that now. Cause like now I'm thinking about it, that's kind of busted. Yeah, cause now, that actually makes sense. Yeah, bro, yo, it always happens like that. That's how you theory craft though. You literally like, you go through like, and that's just how I am anyway. I'm always like talking myself through things. Even like how I'm explaining things to you guys, I do that with my own account. Like when I'm in a room by myself, I'll just be sitting there like, okay, I need to move this around. I need to shift this around. And like, okay, I'll equip this. And like, I'm always doing that. You said, what was the strategy? You said I missed it. Well, I was thinking about the issue that like, it wasn't even an issue I was thinking about. I was just like, answering a question I was asked about like the different shells and like the DPS, like which one was the best one. And I was just talking, and then I said that, well, for targeting of characters, you could use something like the pet Void of Silence, because wait, what is that damn pet called? It's called wait, is it Void of Silence? I just blanked on the name. Silence something. Law of Silence. There we go. Law of Silence, because that pet has the ability to make you cloak. So it means that you can't be targeted by something. And the thing is that you get access to that at, where's that at? Is that, no? Where you at, Law of Silence? I think it's earlier. Or is that in Shadow Flame? Yeah, so you get access to it in Shadow Flame, right? So what it does, the void state, let me actually see if I can show it. So the void state actually makes it to where you basically get this damage reduction, right? So it increases your effect res by 60%. You cannot be selected as the main target of an enemy skill, and it reduces group damage taken by 50%. That's busted, because what it means is that not only is that character going to be taking reduced damage, but they also can't be targeted. You said basically can't be targeted by single target spell. Yeah, like, okay, so think about the left arm in Terra Matan. If somebody is running Law of Silence, they can't be hit by it. So that's something that like you could technically do, even despite the matrices not connecting. You could use that on a support. Like, so that's kind of like something that would be able to help out in something like that. And the reason why I was like, oh, this is kind of good, is because of how it actually procs. So at the start of battle, it puts the owner, Animus, in a turn of void state. So in the beginning of the fight, it can't target that person. And then afterwards, for every 4 turns, they enter 2 turns of void state. Yes, it's a 4-turn cooldown after it procs the first turn. So it procs initially. So it's very similar to Valerian's ability. It procs in the beginning, then it goes on a 4-turn cooldown, and then within that time, which I would say you could probably rotate the same character in like a Terra scenario with the right setup, I say a good 2 times, right? And with that being the case, that would drop you down to like a 2-turn cooldown. Then when you proc it again, it's going to give you 2 turns of void, and then you reapply it every 2 turns from there, right? So the thing is that it does increase attack after the turn ends, but the big thing is the void state itself. So that's kind of interesting. You said, what if everyone gets a lot of silence? Would you take any damage from group damage? Yeah, you still do take group damage, but it's just not it's not as high, it's not going to hit you as hard, right? The problem with that though is that would imply that your team is like, for one, fast enough to go without other pets, and you're not really trying to, like, I would say like in a PvE scenario, you probably would only ever really run one void pet, really, if you were to do it, because the other characters at where most players' accounts are, some people need the gigabytes, some people need the artisans for the extra sustain. Maybe that could be a replacement there, not 100% sure. But yeah, people are still going to, like, you got to think about like what you're losing for what you're gaining, or what you're gaining for, or yeah, what you're losing for what you're gaining, basically. So it's like, okay, yeah, I got the void state now, but what happens if I, you know, like if I take that off of this unit? Like now they're not rotating, but that was an important part to the team having a success in the clear. So that's why I was like just kind of thinking about it. You said hold in for PvE/PvP, Hoyan mostly PvP, but you choose Holden is really good. Yeah, Holden is really good. Yo, what's good, MJ? How you doing, fam? You said what? You said what team comp in global for Aurora Inferno Shiida team? I haven't personally gotten there. I don't even know what people are clearing with right now. That's just simply because I haven't built anything for those teams yet. But I'm pushing Inferno now on Terra Matan, but I'm almost certain for Doki, it's gonna be Ramoka teams. Yeah, it's Ramoka, Klaas. It's the same stuff, basically. Yang, it's like there as well. You got, this is a damage amp team, so that's one shot. Well, one shot first wave, stun probably second wave, and then fight the rest of it out. This is a Messiah with a Lily. So you're using the defense ignore. You said it would probably negate the effect and allow everyone to be targeted again. Wait, which one? He says that's what the stuff one does in E7. Yeah, I gotta test it. I was just thinking about it out loud and I said it and I was like, ooh, I gotta test that. But yeah. So even like in some of the upper clears here, you see a Shiida. Yeah, there's like a lot of the standard units, the same units that basically were doing it before, doing it now. There's not really much that changes in Doki Doki. Aurora, on the other hand, we go up to like Hell 4. Hell 4, people were doing it with the Ting, Dinah, Biotin, Yang, Ling Lao. I would say Ling Lao is like really the big thing here. Yeah, I gotta put some gear on her. But yeah, they're going one shot there. And then looks like we got 3 clears on Inferno right now. Oh. Who did that? Yo, somebody really cleared it in 12 minutes with a Tiamat. Yo, somebody really did it with Tiamat, bro. Yo. Yeah, that's crazy. Somebody cleared it with a Tiamat, bro. That was funny, bro. It was hey. You said that's Sion's cousin. Yo, Lonzo, you stupid. Yeah. Yeah. So they did. I mean, but it's the units we were talking about before. It's the Viper. A freaking Tiamat, and Ling Lao is straight up healing. Yo, that was funny. You said that might be true evil. Yo, it gotta be, right? You say, yeah, I can almost do hell for it now. My Tia isn't built up. Bro, the fact that she can do it is kind of hilarious, actually. And crazy enough, this isn't even like, what was your Tia's HP cap? Weren't you at like 70 something K on her? Because I think they're using, 43. Okay. Yeah, weren't you at like almost 70K on her? Because if they even alternated this into a better pet too, oh my god. Like, bro, that would give them so much base. He said, what are people doing for the team to hit so hard? So am I missing something? No, I mean, it's just setup, really. I mean, you gotta, okay, so it's not that the team is just hitting hard. A lot of the in-game comps, and this is what I was saying before, and that's why I said it's so important to understand. First thing I said before this game even came out, I said this game is all about combinations. That is it, right? The Ting gets enabled by Lily a lot, right? So a lot of combinations or comps, you will see him paired up with Lily. The thing that she is enabling and why he can, and really what they're taking advantage of, is the fact that she could basically make people hit more often. So the thing is that her skill 1 is typically invested in, right? If you look at most Lilies, her skill 1 is always level to max. It's because the assist is going to make him follow up at 100% because she's going to put him under Twin Trick. And in between those turns, even when it's not his turn, he's going to be shooting with his skill 1. Remember, his skill 1, it has the ability to do 260% damage, but also it can inflict vulnerability, which increases the damage that that person takes by 30%. So whatever other debuffs you have set up, like say you got claws, you got some, you know, whatever else you got going, he's going to be hitting often and he can basically inflict more of a chance to scale the damage. And that's at that point when you have him paired up with Lily, him being able to increase the duration of vulnerability to 2 turns is actually really important. So that's something that's going to allow him, when he procs it, he's going to be hitting into a debuff that's scaling his damage by 30% more, right? So that's like the missing link for a lot of what people are seeing, is they don't realize it's not just the Ting going one time. He's hitting throughout the entirety of the run in turns that aren't even his turns. They're assist attacks. Those assist attacks are making up for windows of DPS that you're not hitting on. Granted, his skill 3, he can still hit hard. And the other thing that she's doing too, if it's a longer fight, she's also going to be rotating him and cooling him down and giving a crit damage up buff. So the second go round that he typically hits, he hits even harder a lot of the times. So that's like something that's like kind of, you know, that's kind of the combination. That's why it's like, even with, what's it called? Like if I'm using, say, the Beoten, like for some people, the way they're using her in earlier game, she's just there to damage amp. You're not really using her for the resurrect or any of that. You just want her to damage amp. Like, so she does her skill 3. After that, whatever happens, happens. You know, that should be the end of the fight. But if not, if the fight lasts longer, then you have to kind of reconstruct how you might be doing things. Because I think Beoten could do SMTG for this with Max. S3 and S2. Yeah. She definitely can work, but you got to put more skill investment into her. If you're not using her with any investment, she's just good for the amp unless you're rotating her faster. And that's one thing I did see some people doing. I actually almost think like majority of the time in this game, if you really just want a character to do something a little bit extra, you just got to make them faster. Because the first initial clears I was seeing for things like Inferno 4 and stuff like that, or sorry, not Inferno 4, Hell 4 or Hell 3 even, before, you know, now people are starting to catch up, they were just running characters at like really high speeds, like 122 and stuff like that minimum. And I was just like, holy crap. Like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how easy it's been for you guys to get those speeds, but it's been almost impossible. My fastest character right now has a plus 108. I've not been able to get anything higher than that. I cannot get anything higher than that. So I have zero idea. I like, bruh, it's like the subs just ain't subbing for me. They ain't rolling. And I'm just like, you know what? Like, it is what it is. I got to make do with what I got. And so I just been kind of like, you know, finessing it. But you said 118 said you haven't been you said I haven't been trying. Bro, I'm telling you, I roll gear. That's all I do. And that's why I've also been farming at a lower efficiency in terms of, not farming at a lower efficiency, but taking the pieces that I've been getting that are the lower values and leveling those up more so that I can have more chances to actually get the speeds that I want. Said my highest is 281. Yeah, I ain't giving me that. Yeah, my ain't giving me that. You said plus 150. Oh man, that's crazy. You said get around 250 for my speed, but it comes down to shell luck on the reconfigs. Yeah, the biggest thing is like this, for example, right? This is like probably like one of the most triggering things I rolled today. It was this. I was like, okay, so like, what's the point here, game? Like, what are you telling me? I was actually just trying to like, I just like, caution to the wind. I was like, you know, let me just roll one and see what happens. And then it was just troll to see if it like, I didn't really want it to be on my artisan. And it gave me a plus 18. Dog, I tried rolling this on anything else, bruh, I couldn't even get speed. I was like, all right, whatever. Like, I tried to roll it on other stuff, not even, no. Nope. I was like, absolutely not. You said, is the speed good on the RD for holding? Yeah, it is, but it wasn't like intentional though. So it was just like, I was just like, caution to the wind. I would have preferred that to be on something like my Gigabyte and stuff, because those are usually, I usually have those equipped on my other characters that are rotating first, but it actually ended up making my Holden faster, which he is still now either way, but he's faster than my Freya, which is kind of an interesting thing for my setup. But yeah, he's faster than my Freya now. So I got plus 20 on my healer now. My Ling Lao is the fastest. Yo, all it takes is one of those to roll, and whatever unit has it just straight up gets mad fast. That base speed that it gives you, that's one thing I don't think people are realizing. It's a base 18 or 20 speed. It's not a percentage. It's a base. So that's gonna make that Swift Rush skyrocket the percentage or the amount that you're getting. So that's the thing. Like, that's why I said it's like sometimes it really is just a reconfig roll, and then you can kind of make up for some of the gear that you have. You said I have all purples. Yeah, bro. Listen, I was surprised. I like, and that was like most of my pieces, right? Like most of them, blue, right? Like we don't even got one on that one. This ain't roll speed. We got a gold one right here, 14. So like it's a process. It's definitely a process. You said they're using math against us. Yeah, literally. You said I have an 18 on Halloween. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's a good one though to have on Halloween though. So I'm pretty sure it's not base speed. It's just flat. Add it to your max. Yes, yeah. You're actually right. But if it was a percentage, it would just be stacked on top of the percentage you already have. It's kind of what's going to happen when people get their Swift Raid, Swift Rush, Swift Raid, Swift Smite. It's just another 15%. You said, can I see your Holden build? Yeah, my Holden right now is built like this. Effect accuracy, crit, and effect accuracy. All right, y'all, this is a moment of truth. I haven't looked at how many clears I can get consecutively, and we about to see. Oh shit! They said, yeah, no. Yo, I haven't looked. I don't know if I swapped anything either. I don't think I did, but I could have. I don't know. All right, hold on. Let's see. Bro, that was my first time doing a full auto. And looking at it, I was like, hey, because I just got there. So I didn't know. Yo, that's mad funny. I was like, maybe I get one. Maybe, right? They say you're a fraud. Bro, exactly, right? Even though I played it and I let people watch it on auto, which is the crazier part. Yeah, I didn't switch anything. So it just wanted to act janky just cuz. Or, damn, I think I might know what I did. Maybe? Hold on. That might, hold on. Let me see. Did I swap it on? It should be on already. That's why. Yeah. Yo. Yo, that's literally why. I was like, yo, what? I was like, there's no way I got 0, brother. I was like, there's 0 way. Because I'm like, I didn't change anything. Bro, I literally didn't target anything. All right. Bro, it's messed up, though, because every difficulty I've done different targeting. And now I don't target the arm at all anymore. And I have just never changed it. And it's also funny because when you play on your phone, the game, you have to redo your targeting because it doesn't actually sync it. So you have to redo it, and sometimes I'll like just start something and straight up forget that I did it, that I didn't do it. That's messed up. Yeah, I was trying to auto it consecutively so I could see what my clear rate was, but I kind of screwed myself. Yeah, I have no idea what this run's gonna look like now, but we'll see. He said, has there been any discovered sauce with Lynx? I don't hear anything about her as a character. He said, no crit the ting. No, he just didn't crit that turn. But it's also because of the marking. He didn't crit that hit. Which he's at like, I think my Ting is at least at like, I don't even know. He has to be at like 80% almost. Like he gotta be somewhere right there. Like he just didn't crit that turn. He trolling me. Oh, that's GG. Yeah, see, this is one of those runs. Let's see how far they go. It was 70%? Okay. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I might have to add a little bit more crit on him if I'm not gonna be targeting the body. Did I move something off of Kloss though? You said, you said, bro, that's me right there. Yeah, so usually the last person to die in the team is always Hoden. So like even without him having a ton of defense stacked on him, even if he didn't get that invincibility, he's always still the last person. There we go. See, it's what happens, it seems like, is when the run targets someone other than my Valerian, I always get a different outcome. Like if it's Kloss, it's GG. There we go. He critted that time. Yeah, we got the cut, pushback. Oh my god, bro, his S2 just be full sending him back to another universe. They were like, yeah, that's not gonna be good because I'm like, guys, even though it says 30%, his skill says 100% on max. So that means he's still pushing you back for 70%. That's the highest pushback in the game. Like, that is nuts. Yeah, that's like, yeah, so it's targeting, man. That's the thing that's kind of like, look, it's hitting Valerian a ton now. So all the targeting is gonna go straight to her, which is actually what I kind of want for my run. Boop, boop, boop. And then we should be able to rotate another turn here. Boom, thank you. All right, it hit Valerian. She doesn't do it. It doesn't do anything. She gives herself invincibility. Yeah, there we go. He said, give me that defense up buff. All right, there we go. Yeah, I love Holden, dude. He's fun. He's definitely a good character. Oh my god! I forgot he has a 480% multiplier in his skill too. Like, bruh, I forgot he can hit hard with his skill too. That's funny. See, it's gonna change the run up. That's funny, bro. Yeah, so we'll see what my average is. He's not hard to build though. I will say though, I do have his skill 2 max, but to be honest, if you don't have it max, I think it's still like 50% push, I think, right? Which in reality, there was people that's actually clearing content before I even had decided to do that without actually skilling him. But yeah, his build isn't crazy. I'm literally running him on a speed set. That's really it. Effect accuracy, and crit. And yeah, that's the build. You just make sure that if you're not investing in the skill 3, I think if you go skill 3 investment, you put more into your crit, because your crit doubles. It doubles the chance of this, and it will be at 50%. So yeah, that's kind of a thing. You said the skill 2 base when it procs is still crazy. Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, really, at the end of the day, where you're getting the most value at it being maxed is in Terra Matan and Aurora at Endgame. Like when you're at in Hell and Inferno, that's where you really get the value from it. But like, yeah, even being able to do just the one pushback, even at the lowest value, is still really, really strong. And I think that was the thing I was trying to get a lot of people to understand is like, bro, like we had everyone's pushback nerf that was that high. I think the highest that we had that was a burst pushback was Marvel's. It was 45%, was it? Right? So yeah, they nerfed his to 40 something percent, I think. And I think, what is it? Yeah, it's 40 something percent, I think now. Yeah, he maxes at 40%. He was 45 before, or 50% actually. He was 50% before. So it kind of makes sense why they nerfed him. Because yo, now think about it, like, yo, AoE 50% pushback is mad busted. Like, there's zero reason, like that is just so ridiculous. Yeah, 50%. So they lowered him to 40, and then I guess they figured because it's only one character it can work on, they gave him 100%, which makes more sense for PvP. But it's actually still a beast of a move in PvE too. You said, did you reset anyone yet? Nah. There's tons of choices though. Depends on like what I'm feeling for Lattice. I like honestly don't regret doing anything for Hoden. Hoden, I feel like I actually made a good choice for him. But yeah, like that's the biggest thing. Hold on, I was like going to the event. Boop. Yeah, so like I mean I got choices. It all really depends though. My Hell team is like doing fine. I'm comfortable being at Hell. I gotta tweak some more. So really honestly, I gotta farm some more stuff before I can shift into Inferno comfortably. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, it really just be a matter of Lattice. Really, at the end of the day. I'm not really too sure if I'm going to reset anything at all, to be honest, or just continue to build what I got going. It says, is it worth to reset Gray for Rahu on a Rosa team? I mean, I guess technically you could, like technically, but you gotta, I guess, think about like how fast or slow you're trying to make the run. If the run is like fairly slow, then it could work either way. Like, because you got to think about what you're basically losing. You're losing crit rate, which if you have Rosa, she supplements that, which is fine. And then you don't have the AoE defense break anymore. So it'd just be Rahu single target defense breaking when he counters. And if he's following up or hitting enough, it should be able to supplement it. You just got to build for it. So between the two of them, like that should be a good amount of damage. You'll get some pushback too. And yeah, some good damage. Removal of certain debuffs too with the Wrath stacks. So yeah, it's pretty good. Honestly, it could work. Absolutely could work. You said, are you gonna reset Leon for the Lattice? It's a possibility. I mean, it's not really something I feel like I need to do, but I mean, I could. You said, I like how I'm actively building Shadow Senia, even though the reset's supposed to be for her. Yo, hey, listen, they got it here so you can use it. I know there's some people that was like, oh, this is only going to be for characters that were affected. I'm like, no, they said, like the way I read it at least was that it was going to be accessible for everybody, and you can literally reset what you want on your account. Do I think that is always going to be this way? They might shift it at some point, because I'm going to be honest with you, if they like, there's no way they consciously like, I don't know if they thought about that, but a lot of games usually do refunds or resets for specific characters that have things happen to them, not necessarily for like an entire account. That like, not to say that the games don't have those resources later down the line, but it's never this early. Like there's some people that are like trying to argue that, and I'm like, bro, it's never this early. Like resets and like stuff like that usually don't happen for a long time. So the fact they're running the event the second week is kind of nuts. I ain't even gonna lie. even though it's not even the full 5, but just being able to reset 3 whole characters at this point is kind of nice for a lot of people, to be honest. He said, what team are you using with better gear to clear Inferno Terror? Most of my team, I'll show you the team, right? And the team might be the best geared, and even then, I mean, it's still a 2-minute clear, so I ain't really like, this is stats that you could technically hit without it being the 3rd Matrix bonus. To be honest, like, these aren't special pieces. They're not suboptimal. The Fury is nice, but if I didn't have it, I still would be doing relatively similar damage, to be honest. The shell is White Fang. So White Fang is probably, I mean, this is flat attack, so there's that. But crit damage, 19% there. 6.5% on the assault, so that's a low roll for a mythic. My Holden build, obviously, is this. This is outstanding gear with 1 mythic piece. But even then, if I swap this out for another effect accuracy piece, it literally would change nothing. His shell is Gigabyte with 2 blue rolls and a purple, or with a mythic HP roll. Is that a high HP roll though? Oh, the low key is. Okay. Yeah, so that's that. We're using Valerian. Valerian is on epic gear still, and outstanding gear and a freaking epic piece. Or sorry, unique piece. HP. And yeah, she's the slowest unit on the team for her skill. Her skill 3 is maxed, very important. Needs to be maxed. What else are we using there? Freya. Freya, I just started putting some mythic pieces on her. But before then, she was on she was on some outstanding pieces here. But basically building into the speed, like I started kind of rolling these a little bit more for some speed. This one random effect, Wellspring piece, but it's all effect accuracy is what I aim for there. And then Shell, Gigabyte, Gold. When an Animus applies healing or shield, which I do neither, so I need to give this to somebody else at some point. You get a final damage increase, so there's that. My Colossus gear, 1 mythic piece, outstanding pieces, right? HP, effect accuracy. And I think that's it. Yeah, so when you really look at it, 90% of my team is built with like majority outstanding gear, right? The main thing that like really is shifting a lot of my progression push is the mythic gear that they have on. That's the biggest thing. He said, honestly, I've been enjoying all the resets. It's expensive, but it allowed me to max out my Rosa and build that team. Max out doing the team and trying that team and max out Messiah and enjoying that comp as well. It allowed me to find the team I prefer to play and be happy I invest in that team. It's fair. I think that's the thing. Like, I'm not against that. I'm just surprised they did it in the way that they did it. Because yeah, that's basically that, right? You basically got to do that for free, which is cool. My Valerian is on a black flag, I think, right now, but normally I would run her either on an artisan. Artisan is usually the one I would run her on at this point, but black flag works perfectly fine. Diamond Heart, again, if you're earlier stages, Diamond Heart works well too. But yeah, she's just on black flag. That's just for the base stats. Trying to run her slow anyway. So I don't want her like really honestly that fast. Once I get everybody else's speeds up, I'll probably shift her into a mythic once I get more built up. And then we'll be kind of cooking from there, because everything else is really just that. We still got to farm. Let me see what we're looking like. Okay, we are 2 out of 4, so it's not terrible. Look at that. It's like, give us that. Here's this effect res. We totally wanted that on Keen Eye. I love that. But yeah, so now we got that going. But this actually is good because now I can start selling some mythic pieces that I don't need for more Etheria coin. Because I am definitely not rolling those if it doesn't have speed on it. All right, and then shells. I don't know what I'm gonna farm next on shells. I might finish my Codex of Magic, or a Codex of Magic, and then move on to doing probably a lighthouse at some point on Bloodbath. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I also, if I'm gonna build up my Hell Kid, I need to get a count for him because count is kind of busted on Hell Kid. That makes him literally a god. So Valerian on Gigabyte is kind of bad. No, you said like you want her to cut, want her to not cut. Okay, so this is why I said you have to look at your team and what you're doing, right? I had mine on Gigabyte because the window at which my team was rotating, whenever I would get to the turn right before my team would get wiped, it would be literally it would be Teramaton slightly in front of her. He would one of his arms would pop the bubble, and it would allow her to be able to cut in front of him if on the turn at which was proccing the third turn. So Valerian is actually good on, or she's actually good on Gigabyte because it can actually push her into her skill too. Versus if she comes out of the bubble and she's being ran slow, the problem you run into is you're slow. So now Teramaton is naturally going to outspeed you and you don't get that turn and you get a wipe, right? You said the Gigabyte only process when she's put out of her ult. Well, the thing is that if it's always proccing. It doesn't actually proc though until you come out of the turn. The turn she specifically comes out of is the third turn. At least in the rotation I was doing. So in my respective rotation, you're not necessarily getting the push while she's in the bubble, but it's technically proccing, right? When she comes out of the bubble, it's the third turn. It's gonna push her and make her cut in front of Teramaton, and then she's going to invincibility and heal over time everybody. That can make or break your run. You have to look at your team though, right? So if your team is rotating differently, like one of the issues I have on my account is just lower speeds, right? So I have to try to find little neat, witty ways to kind of counteract not having those speeds. So some people, they got, you know, plus 130s, plus 150s. So they're not really needing to run something to cut because they naturally are going to be rotating fast. The problem is that with a Valerian running too slow, when she comes out of the bubble on those two hits, she's just going to get outsped, right? Like, so everybody else is doing this, she's doing this, you know? So that's the thing. You said also Valerian cannot be pushed up when she's in the bubble. Yeah, she won't be pushed up in the bubble, but as soon as she comes out of the bubble, it will activate it. If it's the third turn, that something just happened, and it will straight allow her to cut. So that's the thing. Like it is just kind of like gauging what's happening and play testing it, right? I'm only going based off of what I've play tested, and it can proc as soon as she comes out of the bubble. As long as it's on that third turn. Again, it's kind of one of those min-maxy things though, because it's like when people are trying to get the marking with the ting. It's like some people are like, oh, my marking ain't working. It's like, it's a lot that's going into it. It's not just the marking part, but there's like people, they might equip a certain number of pets that do X amount of damage to the main body first, so that they can actually have them force mark on auto. So it's kind of the same thing, right? You said, no, but it will proc when she's on that turn out of the bubble. Yeah. So it's absolutely going to proc. Like if it's on that turn and she's not in that bubble, it's going to proc and push her forward. And then you get the invincibility proc. So it allows you to actually run her slower comfortably. And you don't run into the issue of like, oh man, like if she literally would have got our turn, we could have had invincibility up and we could have went maybe another 1 or 2 rotations. So it's kind of that. You said, hey, I don't have skill ups and clothes because I have them in Loza and Lily. Is it worth to reset him so I can build the ting? Well, I mean, to be honest, the ting is good. But again, it's another combo thing. The thing that makes like the ting work is actually pairing him with characters like Chloros. Or Lily, I mean, is a thing too. So you could do that if you want to, right? So that's kind of the thing. Like what really allows him to be more efficient. But again, you're right though. It's like considering Chloros with like investment in his skills. So yeah, you could do that if you want to lean more into like a skill 1 Lily pairing with the ting. That is something you could do. He said also keep in mind Valerian cannot be pushed while in the bubble. So there's downsides to using it. Yeah, it's literally for that specific window, but that's also me understanding like what I'm gaining and what I'm losing, right? So for example, people were like, Artisan on Kloss? You know, like, why are you running Artisan on Kloss? Because I'm not running it on Valerian. I figure out what my problem is and I find the solution. This is why I said that there's really not like a, oh, that's the only thing that works. It's, have you figured out how to do something else yet, right? So a lot of the things that I can do is because I also understand what my character can do and also what I need, right? So I know the potential of what my character does, and then I also understand what I need to fill in. And it's like, well, okay, I'm not using the artisan either, right? If I have it equipped to my my Valerian. So the same argument can technically be made with artisan. You don't use artisan until she comes out of the bubble, right? So it would make more sense for me to actually give that to an active character so I can have constant layers of defense layering happening versus me trying to just push the character for more turns. So what I'm basically doing is I'm giving class double utility at that point, or triple utility, because she's rotating, she's debuffing, just so damage amping, and then she's basically now giving me the ability to shield my team. So I'm actually using her as a support now. And so that is where that value comes in. And so it allows me to run my Valerian comfortably on that because now I have artisans still doing the same thing. So that's the thing. You said right when she's out of the bubble, you have to wait for the next turn. So the way it would rotate is that basically at that point before Terramaton goes, the arms would have already have gone. So the bubble would have popped and it would have procced my second my second death prevention, right? So at that point, she's already out of the bubble. Or sorry, one of the arms should be still able to go. So it would be one of the arms basically trying to rotate or after they go. Sorry, it's after they go. So when they go, it would be Terramaton coming up. But because that arm was the third turn, she was already out of the bubble. She now gets to go. Because the hand that just rotated and went would usually be the thing that detonated the last death prevention, right? So she's already out of the bubble. But when they end their turn after they go, that counts as the third turn. So it pushes me forward, if that makes sense, right? So it's like so that's where it's like you're starting to talk about the mechanics, right? So it's like, okay, you actively use an attack on the third turn, but you pop my bubble that third turn. When you end the turn, it's now counting on my, so then it pushes me forward, right? He said, oh, yes, I understand. I'm not talking about Gigabyte saying the shells that say before she takes that. Oh, okay. Yeah, so yeah, that's basically what it is, right? So it's that. Like, it's a weird thing. Like, you have to, like, if you're looking at it, it's crazy, but it's like, yeah. You said Artisan works on immunity shield, is and the fastest Animus on the team. Yeah, I have class is actually like right up there with my whatchamacallit, my Holden. But like, to be honest, like Holden is on Gigabyte and I kind of prefer him rotating a little bit more than her, just so I can get him to a skill cooldown for his third skill quicker. You said Chloros without skills kind of doesn't really do much damage. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. You said I'm pairing him right now with Rosa and Terra, so Rosa can pop his Doom Toll over and over. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Most of the Chloros being used does have skill up investment. So that's why I said, like, it just all depends on like what you have. And if you can invest more in another character, you can still get somewhat similar pairings, but who said that's why Codex and Magic doesn't work on Valerian. Said her ult, just try it. Oh yeah, because she's locked. She can't come out of her yeah, and like literally she's locked anyway. Yeah. That's a whole another thing too. Yeah, that's why I said, like, yeah, like with a lot of the pets, it's like the terminology is so crucial, man. Because that's why even like Twilight Knight is better in some situations and not in others, because it attacks before and it attacks the target that's the lowest HP too. So it's like you have to think about some of the same things like with the marking with the Ting. You kind of have to think about that with what's it called with Twilight Knight. And that's why some people, like with the White Fang, you're getting direct damage into whatever it is that you're hitting, and it's 2 hits and they can crit. So it's like It's a lot more reliable in certain scenarios if you have the damage. Um, but yeah, it's you said Chloros needs a skill only up to 4, right? Yes, yep, yeah. For Chloros, yeah. All right, let's see. So we got a 3. Okay, I'll take that. Let's see. We'll take that. We'll take that. Okay, at least it ain't a 0. Like, damn, trying to make me look bad. All right, cool. So, see, I was wondering whether to switch the team to Revelation or stay with Fang. Yeah, it depends on the hit counts. I know, like, with him, if he's hitting the marked target, he can get more hits in. So, there's that. But, yeah, White Fang is just kind of generally just better in most cases. Versus, like, with Revelation, a character I've seen kind of go crazy on it, because that is one of the newer pets in the game. So there's still much to be, tested there. But Ramoka actually kind of goes crazy and whatchamacallit, with Revelation, because she hits so damn much too. So she's pretty good. You said yeah, so who should I build first out of the 3, Heinrich, Holden, or Ling Lao? I would say personally, it depends on what you're about to clear. Ling Lao is going to be necessary if you're trying to do your Aurora clears. Generally speaking, though, Holden and Heinrich are kind of like here for me right now. But Holden, after actually using Holden, I feel like the application of Holden is just kind of insane how he does stuff. With his skill 3, with his skill 2, it's tons of pushback. You got the attack down, res down. That's where you're getting the value there with him, at least. He's super easy to build, so there's nothing really crazy about him there. But also the set can be said about Heinrich, because he buffs strips. He does a similar gimmick there. He also is able to proc the last word, and he could also buff prevent or buff block, and then he could damage amp, so he can increase your chances of critting and dealing more crit damage. So like those two, I would say, are like they're kind of neck and neck a little bit for me. But I feel like right now, currently, Holden kind of low key has it, low key, because I feel like even like when you're working your way up, both can work. I really honestly feel like it just depends on, like, I'm trying to think of other areas, because the only thing I can think of is like maybe like neutrality scenarios, like if you're doing like something for like a mixed dark team versus like doing something with a red team. Heinrich is going to have more value there for sure, because he could be slotted into multiple teams. But yeah, Holden's value is really vast. I mean, the only thing that I would argue is that you can't really use Holden in like Aurora. I mean, not Aurora, in Doki Doki. So that's kind of like, that's kind of the thing, man. Like you said, yeah, like Aurora. Yeah, that's like yeah, he could do Aurora too. Like that's the other thing. Like he could do Terra, he could do Aurora. But it's just kind of like, yeah, Heinrich is just gonna have more open accessibility, because he can technically be used in those two and then do other stuff too. So yeah, I really think it's just a matter of like pros and cons. Like you don't get any turn meter pushback from Heinrich. And I also think it might also be like, if you were looking at base, if we're looking at bases, base Holden versus base Heinrich, I probably would go, man, yeah, I probably would still go Holden. Like, I was about to say, like, Holden is, yeah, he is easier to get. But I was just saying for their account, because they have both. Yeah, they're the same, but different. Yeah, it's like they have something the other doesn't. Like, you're getting more damage amp out of Heinrich, and then you have like the wound and stuff like that. But then you have the turn meter pushback. I used to compare men's bases is crazy. Like, yeah, all the turn meter pushback is another thing. So that one is kind of that's kind of a hard one, because I feel like they both are pretty big progression pushers, to be honest. I just think that, like, when it really boils down to it, the thing I look at is not even just so much of damage amping, because you can get damage amping from other characters as well. But I think the thing that kind of puts Holden a little bit above for me personally is the fact that he can push back turns, because that is huge. Like you could literally win something just simply because you were able to like push back a character 50%. Like being able to do that can literally give you more rotation, you know, like, or more turns. Like if you're pairing him up, if he's on a team with a character like Freya or something like that right there can literally give you like a whole nother rotation on your whole party, and that could be more than enough to finish off a fight, you know. So it just all depends on like your team setup. The other thing is, yeah, when he gets hit, he can become very menacing in being able to reapply defense break. I might have to give it to Holden, bro. Like I might have to give it to him because that is true. Like if he's popping off and like hitting stuff, yeah, he can reapply defense break. He actually does some solid damage in his skill 3. Even with me not even fixating on defense, he can still hit fairly hard for him not to have really the base stat scaling on my gear. So I think he's actually like pretty underrated right now, because like I said, I think like at least people are aware that he's good. He's definitely good in PvP. I've seen some people like, oh, he's trash in PvP. I'm like, bro, you just ain't building him for PvP, because a build for PvP is not the same build that you're going to be using in PvE. And if you do decide to use your PvE build in PvP, he's going to be an opener. Like that's straight up what he's going to be, because he's not going to be slow. Like you're going to be running him really fast, and most people can achieve that speed a lot easier by building into Swift Rush, unfortunately. So that's kind of the thing. I tested him on like a Bramble Unbreakable. Really, I want to test him on a Bramble like Bloodbath or something like that. But if you have more investment in your skill for the skill 3, and you take it up to like 50% here for you to basically be able to dispel, then you can actually invest in more crit, because it will double the chance when the attack crits. So you don't need to run effect accuracy, or at least one effect accuracy piece at that point instead of 2. So if you're running him at the 35, yes, you can crit and double it, but you still have to factor in like whatever the resistance is. The resistance down does help him a ton though as well. So that was another thing I had to factor in and remember with this character, is that the resistance down is actually inherently helping everybody else land their debuffs easier. So that's another reason why I think he's also pretty like nutty, because he makes everybody else's like job easier. That's the other thing. You said test him on Strive. I'm going to test him on Strive when I do more PvP. I don't think Strive is going to be that useful to him over Gigabyte, at least right now. The Bramble is pretty massive for him, but I will say, like, considering the counterattack chance, Strive actually probably will be something I lean into a little bit more once I actually get more investment into his counter, because then I don't think I would need Bramble at that point. Because Bramble, I mean, granted, the Bramble procs are nice, but then I would also get the extra from this for the damage result. So yeah, I feel like yeah, the Strive would definitely be more of a move, because he counterattacks pretty often even without it, to be honest. Yeah, I gotta get more pieces for it though, because even now I'm not building into the Bramble really. It's just the defense up at that point. And I know with the Strive, let me see, Strive, it'd be basically giving me the same defense up if I went for the 4 bonus. But yeah, I would need to open up myself so I could be in the other one. But yeah, I think, yeah, Strive actually might be the better build for him. 1000%. Yeah, it's like, yeah, his endgame build is going to be nuts, but it's just getting there. This is like definitely still very early. And then once I get like stuff going, swap him over to some other stuff, and then we'll be cooking. You said I hit 50% counter without Unbreakable. Oh, you talking about with Bramble? Because Unbreakable is just defense. That's all that is. Oh, you're saying with the 2.5. Oh, you're saying without the scaling, you're still hitting like the 2.5 K defense easy. Yeah. You said I max skill 1, by the way. Okay, fair. That's what I was saying. Like, that's what I was saying. I feel like I would need to put a little bit more into a skill 1 for me to really be able to have more of a chance for him to counter on his own. So it just depends on where you're at. Yeah, it depends. It depends on where you're at for sure. You said Fortissimo is Supernova and Ling Lao. I definitely would say starting out is going to be Supernova, but Fortissimo could be good once she's built up. To be honest. Now the thing with Ling Lao though, she's not going to heal necessarily unless you need to heal. So there's kind of that. It would need to be like some overage scenario, like maybe like healing from her skill 1 would probably be applied at that point. But I would say Supernova just to increase your healing efficiency when you need to heal would just be better. But again, if you are over healing at any point, then Fortissimo can definitely help. But yeah, she has kind of like smart heals, so she doesn't heal unless you actually need the healing. I haven't been here the whole time, but you talked about Revelations that people are putting on supports to nuke stuff in PvP and PvE. It's probably going to get nerfed if it's on supports, to be honest with you. Like I almost feel like it was intended for DPS. I'm not really too sure about that. I'm not really too sure that was intended. So I would say you might as well just mentally prepare for a nerf for that or an adjustment. Yeah, because Revelation, I don't think it was intended for supports to be nuking people, like at all. Like, so yeah, I mean, people are gonna be upset, but that I don't think, no. You said, have you seen the Freya one shot? Yeah, I have seen that. I have, and I will say though, out of a lot of units, Freya's actually able to do a decent amount of damage, but that damage is kind of like that damage is a little I would say, okay, so here's my thing, right? Before you guys go and do it, I don't set yourself up for failure, because if they go and they like adjust it or change it, then you kind of just built it for no reason. You said, look at my phone. Wait, did you text me or something? Wait, what's going on? What's going on, Ms. Zox? Freya, Kazuya on Revelation, yeah. I'm telling you guys, if you don't want to be upset, don't abuse it, because my video gonna be like, well, that's y'all fault, because you got somebody right now telling y'all don't abuse it. So like, I'm telling y'all, like, don't do it, because I'm telling anytime something is like really abusive and it's like just way too OP, I don't know, man. I don't think that's like, I don't know, man. You said, yeah, it's just bad game design to make a shell do HP percentage damage just by critting. Well, I mean, it's not even just that, but you got to think about how many interactions exist in this game, and it's like again, I'm surprised they have as much shell stuff going on right now. You said, oh, okay, yeah, I feel like oh, dang, you text me mad earlier. Hold on. Yeah, hold on, babe. I got it. Yeah, that was my bad. I didn't even see it. Hey, at least you know I was in here doing the Lord's work, you know? You know, I wasn't out in the streets, you know? You said, why do people exploit things? I mean, bro, you can't exploit. I'm saying don't exploit stuff and then get mad. Like, that's the thing that I'll say is, like, people go to abuse stuff. And it's like, bro, like, I'm like, hey, I get it. It could get you a ton of resources. But, like, man, like, the only thing I also become, like, concerned with, too, is, like, when, like, some games will go the length of, like, if, it, you know, certain things happen enough, they start actually banning people for certain things. Okay, I got it. All right. Yeah, they start banning people for certain things, so I'm just kind of like, bro, yeah, nah. Like, I am not doing that. Like, so you said we gonna lose Zox. You said that's your wife. Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta make sure she's good in a second. But yeah, she no, it's not even anything crazy, but it's like I gotta actually get up and do it. Oh, brother. Yeah. So Yeah, I'm about to take care of that. But yeah, guys, I'm about to head out though. What do we got going on? I got a video that should be uploading after the stream ends. My video for what's his name? For why am I blanking on his name? Holden should be dropping tonight too. So I have a couple of videos drop. Well, it might be tomorrow because it's kind of getting late. But yeah. Yo, don't do that. I didn't forget about you. Yo, do not do that. I didn't see it. You know I would never forget about you. Hold on. Listen. Hey, listen. Don't do me like that, you know? I'd never forget about you. You are the love of my life. You know what that means? That means everything. Yeah, exactly. Chat knows. I was looking right at you guys the whole time. Either way, man, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, we'll be back live tomorrow. Yeah, man. Make sure you guys subscribe if you are here for the first time for more good vibes and just to, kind of hang out, chill, answer questions, stuff like that. But yeah, we'll be back streaming. We're 11 days away from Persona Blood and Silver, or Silver and Blood. It's about to be lit, man. So we got a lot going on. But yeah, make sure you guys subscribe, man. Appreciate you guys on Twitch. Make sure you guys follow over there. And yeah, that'll be that with this one, man. All right, I'll catch you guys later. Everybody, stay blessed, and I'll see you guys later. All right, guys. Peace.